There are nights when the weight of the day lingers long after the sun has slipped behind the horizon. You lie down in your bed. Yet the mind does not lie down with you. Thoughts continue to race, darting here and there like restless fireflies caught in a jar. The body is weary, but the heart feels heavy, carrying unspoken worries, disappointments, and questions that seem to echo in the silence of the night. Perhaps you know this feeling well. The stillness outside does not match the storm within. Maybe tonight is such a night. Maybe your eyes search the ceiling. Your breath feels shallow, and even the softness of the pillow does not invite comfort. The day has been full, too full, and now the hours stretch before you, uncertain whether they will bring rest or only more tossing and turning. The old stories rise. Why did this happen? What if I had done things differently? Will tomorrow be kinder? And yet, answers never come in this chasing. The mind spins and spins, like a wheel without end. If this picture feels familiar, you are not alone. Many travelers on this path of life share the same midnight ache, the same sense of wanting peace but not knowing how to find it. And so, before we go further together, I offer a small invitation. If this message resonates with you, if you feel the pull of these words in your heart, gently consider pressing the like button or subscribing to this channel, not as a duty, but only if you feel called. And if you wish, you might comment below your current time and country. Let us know where you are listening from, so that even in the quiet of your room, you may feel the invisible presence of many others resting across oceans and continents. Together, though apart, we breathe in the same night sky. Now, let us begin this journey. Close your eyes softly. If you wish, take one slow breath in, and then a longer, gentler breath out. With each exhale, imagine that you are releasing a tiny thread of tension. The shoulders soften, the jaw loosens, the hands grow lighter. Nothing needs to be forced. You are safe here. You are allowed to rest. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." And in the quiet of night, those words feel especially true. For much of our day, we try to shape the world into the form we think it should have. We strive to change what does not bend, to hold on to what slips away, to perfect what cannot be perfect. And when the day ends, all those efforts turn into heavy baggage we carry into bed. The mind whispers, "If only this had gone differently. Then I could rest. If only tomorrow goes as planned, then I will feel at peace." But peace does not wait in the future. It is not hidden in a day yet to come. Peace can only be met here, in this very breath. Think of a river. It flows without needing to control the stones that lie in its way. When it meets a rock, it does not argue. It does not say, "Why are you here? Why won't you move?" It simply curves and continues. Yet how often do we, unlike the river, wrestle with every stone life sets before us? We push against what already is, as though fighting reality will soften it. But resistance only tires the heart. The river's wisdom is simple: let what is be, and still continue to flow. Tonight, let us learn from the river. Let us meet the rocks of the day, the harsh words, the missed chances, the small regrets, not as enemies, but as part of the path itself. You may not like them, and that is natural, but you do not need to fight them now. You are not required to solve anything while resting. You are only invited to breathe. There is an old Zen story of a monk who tried to stop the rain. He believed that if he prayed hard enough, the clouds would part and the skies would clear. But the rain fell harder still. Exhausted, he went to his teacher and asked, "Why do my prayers not change the sky?" The teacher smiled and replied, "Perhaps the sky is not what needs changing. Perhaps the prayer is meant to soften your heart instead." In that moment, the monk understood. The rain was never his to control. His own restlessness was the only storm he could calm. And so, as the rain of your own worries falls tonight, remember the teacher's words. The sky outside may not change, but the sky within can grow clear. Breathe again, slowly. Imagine that each inhale is a drop of gentle rain washing over the mind, rinsing away the tight grip of thought. Each exhale is a soft release, a letting go of one more stone you no longer need to carry. Notice the body sinking into the bed. The sheets cradle you like the earth cradles the trees. The room holds you, not asking anything of you. Even the darkness is not empty, it is full of quiet presence. The way night always has been for countless beings before you. Somewhere, far beyond your window, monks chant sutras in temples. Mothers hush their children to sleep. Rivers whisper over rocks, and stars shine without effort. You belong to this greater rhythm, and you are safe to rest within it. When the mind resists, remind it gently, this moment is enough. No answers are needed now. The day is already written, and tomorrow has not yet come. Your only task is to be here, breathing, resting, allowing. The Buddha taught that clinging creates suffering. Tonight, notice what you cling to. Is it a conversation you wish had ended differently? A dream you fear might not come true? A mistake that keeps replaying in memory? Each of these is like a tight knot in the rope of the mind. With each breath, imagine loosening one knot, not tearing the rope apart, just loosening, softening, allowing space. A parent once told a story of holding their child who was crying. At first, they tried to hush the tears, to make them stop, but the more they urged, the louder the crying grew. Finally, they simply held the child without resistance, whispering, "It's okay. You can cry. I am here." And slowly, the child softened, and the tears quieted on their own. This is how we must hold our own restless hearts, not with force, not with judgment, but with the tender arms of presence. It's okay. You are here. You are safe. You are allowed to feel, and you are allowed to rest. As you rest with these words, picture a lantern glowing softly in the dark. Its flame does not push away the night. It simply shines where it stands. In the same way, your awareness does not need to push away every thought. It only needs to shine softly, warmly. Where you are, thoughts may come, like shadows passing by, but the lantern does not chase them. It remains steady, and the night carries on. This is the beginning of our journey together. Tonight, And in the nights to come, we will explore teachings that help us accept what cannot be changed, soften what is heavy, and discover peace in the very places where struggle once lived. For now, you are safe to rest in the wisdom of this moment, trusting that the path of letting go will gently unfold with each breath, each story, each pause. Rest deeply. The night holds you. The path holds you. And you need not carry the day any longer. There is a kind of war that leaves no bruises on the skin and no sound on the battlefield. It is the war we fight within ourselves. Each time, life presents us with something we did not choose. The delay that throws off our plans, the loved one who drifts away despite our care, the illness that comes uninvited, the memory of the past that cannot be rewritten. This war has no soldiers, only thoughts clashing against reality, only hearts tightening against what already is. You may have felt it in your own body. The shoulders tense, as though bracing for an invisible storm. The chest grows heavy, carrying the refusal to accept what has already unfolded. The mind races with if only and why me, circling endlessly like a moth around a flame. This is resistance, the unwillingness to allow life to be what it is. In Buddhist teaching, this is known as dukkha, not just pain itself, but the suffering we add when we resist pain, when we demand that life obey us. Pain may be inevitable, but suffering is the knot we tie around it, like a second arrow, as the Buddha once taught, piercing the wound already given. The first arrow is life, as it happens, loss, change, endings. The second arrow is our reaction, the anger, the clinging, the endless replaying in the mind. We cannot avoid the first arrow, but the second arrow, that is something we can learn to release. Tonight, let us sit together in this recognition. The war you feel in your chest is not a sign of weakness. It is the natural mind, trying to control what cannot be controlled. It is the human heart, longing for certainty in a world where nothing stays still. And yet, just as the war arises, so too can it be softened. Breathe with me now. Inhale slowly through the nose, and let the exhale drift out like a long sigh. Again, inhale gently, noticing the coolness of air entering. Exhale softly, as though you are laying down a burden you no longer need. Feel the ground beneath you. It does not resist your weight. It simply receives it. In the same way, let your body receive the truth of this moment without struggle. There is a story of a farmer whose horse ran away. When his neighbors heard, they came to say, "How unlucky you are." The farmer only replied, "Maybe so, maybe not." Days later, the horse returned, bringing with it several wild horses. The neighbors exclaimed, "How fortunate you are." Again, the farmer said, "Maybe so, maybe not." Soon after, the farmer's son tried to ride one of the wild horses and fell, breaking his leg. The neighbors pitied him. What misfortune! The farmer remained steady. Maybe so, maybe not. Weeks later, soldiers came to the village to take young men to war. But the farmer's son was spared because of his broken leg. The story reminds us that we never see the whole picture in the moment. What feels unbearable may hide a gift, and what seems like fortune may carry hidden trials. When we resist reality, we pretend to know the full story. But truth is larger than our view. The wise response is not clinging or pushing away, but resting in the middle, allowing what comes, without the war of judgment. As you listen now, notice if there is something in your life you are resisting. A disappointment, a memory, a fear of what tomorrow may bring. See if you can picture it not as an enemy, but as a guest. The guest may be loud or unwelcome, but the house of your being is spacious. You can let it sit for a while, without making it the master of the home. This is acceptance, not approval, not surrender in defeat, but a gentle recognition. This is here, and I will not waste my life fighting its presence. Zen Buddhism often speaks of the mind as a clear sky. Thoughts and emotions are clouds that pass. Some clouds are heavy and dark, others light and fleeting. When we resist, we try to push the clouds away with our hands, exhausting ourselves against the endless sky. But if we step back and let them drift, they move on their own. The sky remains untouched. Your awareness is like that sky, vast, unbroken, unmoved by the storm of thoughts. Rest in that sky now. Breathe into it. Sometimes the war is not loud at all. It is the quiet refusal to let go of how we thought life should be, the dream that slipped away, the apology that never came, the body that no longer feels the way it once did. We hold on tightly, afraid that acceptance means giving up hope. But acceptance does not erase possibility. It creates space for new paths to appear. A clenched fist cannot hold a gift, but an open hand can. Imagine now that you are sitting beside a calm lake at dusk. The water is still, reflecting the colors of the fading sky. You notice a small branch floating by. If you reached to push it away, the ripples would disturb the water. But if you let it drift, the surface remains quiet. And soon, the branch floats out of sight. Your thoughts are like that branch. They do not need to be pushed. They only need to be allowed. Rumi, the poet, once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your heart, even if they come with sorrow. Who knows what new joy they may be preparing for you?" These words echo the Buddha's teaching that impermanence is not only the source of grief, but also the source of renewal. The flower that wilts makes space for fruit. The night that darkens makes way for dawn. By accepting the cycles, we stop fighting the rhythm of life and begin to dance with it. As you drift closer to rest, let your breath be your anchor. Inhale, the tide rising. Exhale, the tide falling. Each wave reminds you, life moves with or without your resistance. Why not move with it? Let the war dissolve. Piece by piece, shoulders softening, jaw loosening, heart slowing. Tell yourself gently, I do not need to win against reality tonight. I only need to rest with it. Acceptance is not the end of care. You still love. You still hope. You still try. But you do so without clinging, without the frantic need for the world to match your picture. You live with open hands. And in those hands, peace can finally land. Like a bird unafraid to perch. The silent war with reality has lasted long enough. Tonight, you are free to set down your weapons, the constant fixing, the endless judging, the futile wishing. Lay them gently on the ground. Notice how much lighter you feel. The night does not demand your struggle. It only invites your presence. And so, breathe once more. Feel the rise and fall of the chest. Let the body sink deeper into rest. Trust that life will continue its dance. And you are safe to pause. Safe to let go. Safe to sleep. There is a doorway within you that never closes. A refuge that does not depend on circumstance, wealth, or the shifting moods of the world. That doorway is the breath, always with you, always waiting, always faithful. From the first cry at birth to the final sigh at life's end, the breath is your companion, your anchor, your reminder that this moment is enough. And yet, how often do we forget it? We breathe thousands of times a day, but seldom notice the miracle of air filling the body, of lungs expanding and softening, of life continuing without our command. Instead, we dwell in thoughts of yesterday and fears of tomorrow, missing the sanctuary that is always one inhale away. In Buddhist practice, the breath is more than a bodily function. It is a teacher, a guide, a bridge between body and mind. The Buddha spoke of mindfulness of breathing as a direct path to peace. Why? Because the breath brings us back to the only place we can ever truly live here. Now, take a slow inhale through the nose and exhale with ease. As you do, notice that the breath is not in a hurry. It does not cling to the last moment or reach for the next. It simply arises, lingers, and passes away, just like every thought, every feeling, every season of your life. In this rhythm, you glimpse the truth of impermanence. Nothing stays. Nothing needs to stay. And that is not a threat, but a blessing. For if sorrow passes, joy may return. If struggle fades, rest may follow. Modern science calls this neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to reshape itself based on what we focus on. But long before science discovered this, meditators understood when you rest attention on the breath, you train the mind to soften, to release, to heal. The pathways of anxiety, worry, and resistance begin to loosen. New pathways of calm and clarity form, as surely as rivers carve new channels through the earth. Imagine that your thoughts are like wild horses, galloping endlessly across a field. The more you chase them, the more frantic they become. But the breath is like a gate you can step behind, watching the horses run without needing to follow. You see them, but you are not carried away. You remain steady, safe in the stillness of your own presence. There is an old Zen parable of a monk who came to his master, distressed. "My mind will not stop racing," he said. "It runs like a river in flood. How can I ever find peace?" The master replied. "Sit by the river. Watch it flow. Do not demand it stop. In time, the flood will quiet." The monk obeyed, day after day. He sat and watched the water rush by. At first it seemed endless, but slowly, as his watching grew still, the river seemed to slow as well. The turbulence had not vanished. His own mind had learned to rest with it. So it is with the breath. You do not need to force the thoughts away. You only need to return, again and again, to the gentle tide of inhaling and exhaling. The river flows, but you are no longer drowning. You are sitting by its banks, at ease. Let us practice now. Inhale, counting slowly to 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold gently for a moment, not straining, and then exhale, counting to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. As the breath leaves, feel the body soften further into the bed, shoulders melting, face loosening, belly quieting. Again. Inhale 4, 4. Hold softly. Exhale for 6. Feel the weight of the day draining out of you with each long breath. This is not just relaxation. It is transformation. Each time you choose to breathe with awareness, you are training the nervous system to shift from fight and flight into rest and restore. The heart slows. The muscles release. Stress hormones fade. Peace is not something you force into being. It is something that naturally emerges when the war within subsides, and the breath is the path to that truce. Think of the lotus flower, beloved in Buddhist imagery. It rises from the mud, yet blooms unsullied. Its stem lifts through murky water, yet the petals open in the clean air above. The breath is like that stem, lifting you from the heaviness of thought into the clarity of awareness. Each inhale a rising, each exhale a blooming, and you, too, can rest. As the lotus rests open, ungrasping, at peace. When the mind protests, this won't work. I can't sleep. I need to figure everything out. Greet those thoughts like passing clouds. Notice them kindly, but return to the breath. Like a parent guiding a wandering child, bring your attention back without anger, without force. Here, little one, come back home, and the breath receives you, again and again, without judgment. Rumi once wrote, "There is a voice that does not use words. Listen, the breath is that voice. It speaks in rhythm, not in language. It reminds you that even when your thoughts are tangled, the body knows how to release. The lungs know how to breathe. The heart knows how to beat. Life continues, even when you do nothing. You are not holding the world together by your effort. You are being held by something larger, by the same mystery that lifts the sun each morning and scatters stars each night. Picture yourself now beneath a vast sky. Each breath is a wave of wind passing across the grass. Each exhale is a softening of the earth beneath you. The stars do not ask you to solve their patterns. They simply shine. The night does not ask you to fix it. It simply holds you. And your breath does not ask you to control it. It simply flows, gift upon gift, moment after moment. So tonight, let the breath be your refuge. Not the past, not the future, not the endless questions that try to steal your rest. Only this breath. Here, now, inhale softly, exhale completely, and in this rhythm, discover what has always been true. You are safe in this moment. You are held by life itself. You can rest. As you drift towards sleep, repeat silently, if you wish. Breathing in, I arrive. Breathing out, I am home. With each repetition, the war in the mind grows quieter. The body grows heavier with ease, and the heart begins to trust that it is enough to simply be. You do not need to chase peace. Peace is already here, woven into the simple act of breathing. All you need is to notice, to surrender, to let yourself be carried on the gentle tide of air that has carried you all along. There comes a moment in every long night when the restless tide of thought begins to ebb. Perhaps you have felt it, a small pause in the storm, a fleeting calm, like the hush after rain. The mind, once clenching tightly to its stories, loosens just a little. And in that loosening, peace begins to enter. This softening is not dramatic. It does not arrive with fanfare. It is more like the petals of a flower slowly opening to the morning light, or the way snow melts on a hillside. Quietly, drop by drop. The world outside may not have changed, but something within you begins to shift. The body, once braced in quiet battle, receives the signal that the war is over. Shoulders fall. Hands unklench. The jaw releases. A sigh escapes. Unplanned, but full of relief. Breathe with me now. Inhale, gently, as though you are drawing in moonlight. Exhale slowly, as though releasing a heavy cloak from your shoulders. Again, inhale, soft and nourishing. Exhale, slow and freeing. Feel the rhythm settling into your body, a tide rocking you toward rest. Science calls this the parasympathetic response, the nervous system's natural capacity to restore balance, but in the language of the Dharma, we might call it the returning home, the remembrance of your original calm, for the mind is not, at its essence, a storm. Beneath the clouds of thought lies a sky that has never been disturbed, and when you soften, you return to that sky. The Buddha often compared the restless mind to a monkey, leaping from branch to branch, never still, never satisfied. And yet, even the monkey grows tired. When the monkey pauses, clinging less tightly to the tree, we glimpse the still forest all around. That stillness is always there. It is only hidden by the constant motion. Tonight, as your thoughts leap and chatter, do not fight the monkey. Instead, sit quietly beneath the tree. Wait. In time, the monkey grows calm, and the forest of peace reveals itself again. Let me tell you a story. In a small village, there was a woman who carried water each day from the river to her home. She used 2 clay pots, one hanging on either end of a wooden pole. One pot was whole and sturdy, the other was cracked, leaking water with every step. For years, the woman walked the same path, and the cracked pot grew ashamed. "I am broken," it whispered one day. "I cannot carry water like the other pot. I am useless." The woman smiled gently. "Do you see the flowers along the path?" she asked. "They bloom only on your side. Each day, the water you leaked nourished the earth. And now the path is lined with beauty. Without your cracks, there would be no flowers." The cracked pot softened, realizing that even its imperfection carried quiet blessings. In the same way, your restless mind, your tender heart, your weary body, each carries its own cracks, and yet, those very cracks allow compassion to bloom, empathy to grow, wisdom to take root. Softening means recognizing this truth. You do not need to be perfect to be worthy of peace. As you lie here now, feel the bed holding you like the earth holds all things without judgment, without demand. Your breath moves in and out without effort. The heart beats, the blood flows. The body continues its mysterious work of life. You do not need to manage this. You are already being carried. Zen teachers often remind their students, when you sit, just sit. When you breathe, just breathe. When you rest, just rest. Simplicity is its own wisdom. Tonight, you are allowed to rest, without fixing, without planning, without solving. The world does not require your vigilance at this hour. The stars are still shining. The rivers are still flowing. The wind is still moving through trees, all without your control. Can you let yourself be like the stars and rivers, simply shining, simply flowing, simply being? Sometimes, when we soften, grief rises. The stillness makes space for feelings we have avoided. Tears may come, or memory long buried. This, too, is part of the healing, just as a wound must be cleaned before it can close. The heart must be felt before it can rest. If tears come, let them. They are not signs of failure, but of release. The body knows how to cleanse itself, and once the tears pass, the soil of the heart feels softer, ready for new seeds of peace. Imagine now that you are walking through a quiet garden at dusk. The air is cool, scented with earth and blossoms. The path beneath your feet is soft with moss. You come to a pond where lotus flowers rest on the surface. Their petals are closed, waiting for dawn. You sit by the water, listening to the stillness. Slowly, one lotus begins to open, revealing its pure center. That lotus is your mind. With each gentle breath, it softens and opens, not because you force it, but because that is its nature. In this softening, hormones shift within you. Stress fades. Chemicals of connection and peace, like oxytocin and serotonin, quietly rise. You do not need to understand the biology to feel it. You only need to notice the warmth spreading through your chest, the gentleness seeping into your limbs, the sense of being a little more at home in your own skin. Rumi wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your soul, even when winter lingers." Softening is like the first thaw of winter. The frozen ground begins to loosen. The streams begin to flow again. Even if spring is far away, the change has begun. As you rest here, whisper silently to yourself, "It is safe to soften. It is safe to let go. I am carried. I am held." These are not just words. They are truths waiting to be remembered. Your body knows them. Your breath knows them. The earth beneath you knows them. The night is not against you. It is your companion. The darkness is not empty. It is full of quiet life roots growing, animals resting, stars burning millions of miles away. You belong to this rhythm. Your softening is part of the great softening of the world each night. So, breathe again. Inhale gently. Exhale slowly. Notice the mind growing quieter, the body heavier, the heart lighter. The cracks and burdens of the day no longer need to be carried. The war has ended for now. You are free to rest in the tender wisdom of letting go. And as you drift towards sleep, remember, peace does not always come with effort. Sometimes it comes with release, not by tightening the grip, but by softening the hand, not by forcing the mind, but by letting it be, not by changing the world, but by resting with it, exactly as it is. The mind has softened, the heart has softened, and you, dear one, are safe to sleep. There are moments in life when peace seems so close, you can almost hold it in your hands. A quiet morning before the world has stirred. The hush of snowfall blanketing the earth, the soft laughter of someone you love, echoing gently in your memory. These are moments that live within you, even when the present feels stormy. They are like hidden seeds, waiting for the right conditions to sprout again. Tonight, as you rest, let us journey into those memories, not to cling to them, but to remember what peace feels like in the body, so that you can invite it once more. For peace is not only an idea, it is an experience your heart remembers, your body remembers. Even when your mind forgets, take a long, soft inhale. Let the breath drift down to the belly. Exhale slowly, like a feather floating through the air. As you breathe, notice the memory of ease already stirring in the body. It may be faint, like a whisper, but it is there, beneath the worries of the day, beneath the chatter of thought. Your nervous system remembers what calm feels like. The mind does not always need to invent peace, it only needs to return to it. In Buddhist teaching, this returning is called sati, mindfulness, which means remembering. Not just remembering in thought, but remembering with the whole being, the way you recall how to walk, how to smile, how to breathe without instruction. Mindfulness is the remembering of presence. It is the remembrance of peace. There is a story of a monk who once asked his teacher, "Where is peace to be found?" The teacher poured tea into the monk's cup until it overflowed. "Peace," he said, "is already here, but your mind is so full that you cannot see it." The monk understood. To find peace was not to travel far, but to empty the cup of excess thought. Only then could the clear water of peace reveal itself. Your mind, too, may feel like that overflowing cup tonight, but through breath and awareness, you can slowly pour out what is no longer needed. Each exhale empties a little more, creating space. And in that space, peace rises again, not as something new, but as something remembered. The hippocampus, a small region deep within the brain, holds memory and learning. When stress floods the body, this part of the brain grows cloudy, making it hard to recall joy, hard to focus on the good, hard to rest. But when you practice acceptance and mindful breathing, the fog clears, memory brightens. You begin to recall moments of kindness, of connection, of simplicity. You may find yourself remembering the warmth of sunlight on your face, or the voice of a friend who once comforted you. These are not accidents. They are signs that your brain is returning to balance. Imagine, now, walking along a path you once loved. Perhaps it is a childhood place, a field, a beach, a garden. See the colors, hear the sounds, feel the air as it brushes your skin. This is not fantasy. It is remembrance. Your body holds these impressions, and when you allow it, they return to soothe you. Just as a song can carry you back to a forgotten moment, the breath can carry you back to forgotten peace. The Buddha said, "Peace comes from within. Do not seek it without." And yet, the within is not empty. It is full of all the times you have already touched calm. A smile from a stranger, the first sip of warm tea on a cold day, the silence of dawn before anyone else has risen. These memories are not lost. They live in you, waiting to be recalled. There is another story. From the Zen tradition, a student complained to his master, "My mind is restless. I cannot meditate. I cannot find peace." The master pointed to a bell nearby. "Strike it." The student did, and the clear sound rang out. "Now," the master said, "strike it again, but do not let it sound." The student was confused. "How can I stop the bell from sounding once it is struck?" the master replied. "Just so, with your mind. The sound of thought will come, but peace is the silence that follows, waiting patiently beneath the noise. Peace is not the absence of thought, but the memory of silence beneath it. Tonight, as thoughts arise, remember the bell. Let the sound come, but also let it fade. Do not chase it. Do not resist it. Notice the silence that always follows, the stillness that waits. That stillness is the memory of peace. Breathe again now. Inhale softly. Exhale slowly. With each breath, invite the body to recall what it feels like to rest. Let the muscles sink. Let the eyelids grow heavy. Let the heart remember its natural rhythm of calm. The more you practice, the more familiar this state becomes, until peace is no longer a visitor, but a resident of your being. Imagine lying beneath a great tree, its branches spread wide, sheltering you in shade. The wind moves gently through its leaves, carrying whispers of 1,000 seasons. That tree has seen storms, yet it remains. It remembers sunlight after rain, blossoms after winter, growth after loss. In the same way, you too remember. Even when storms shake you, the memory of peace is rooted deep within, waiting to steady you. Rumi once wrote, "Be like a tree and let the dead leaves drop." The memory of peace does not mean clinging to the past. It means trusting that just as peace has come before, it can come again. Just as the tree lets go of old leaves, you too can release old burdens, knowing new leaves will grow. Tonight, let your body be that tree. Each exhale is a leaf falling away worry, regret, fear. Each inhale is fresh air, fresh life, fresh possibility. In this rhythm, the memory of peace becomes the presence of peace. Notice, as you lie here, that you do not need to earn rest. You do not need to achieve peace as though it were a prize. It is already here, woven into your being, remembered in your breath, alive in your heart. The more you soften, the more you notice it. The more you notice, the deeper you rest. And so, as sleep begins to approach, trust this truth. Peace is not gone from you. It has never left. It only waits, quietly, like a friend who does not knock loudly, but sits patiently by your door, ready to enter when you open. Tonight, open the door. Invite peace in. Let it sit with you as you breathe, as you rest, as you drift into dreams. Peace is your memory. Peace is your nature. Peace is your refuge. And tonight, it is enough. When the mind begins to soften, when resistance loosens its grip, something beautiful and unexpected starts to happen. Space opens, a quietness arises, and in that quietness, a river begins to flow. It is not a river of anxiety or control. It is a river of creativity, of imagination, of fresh ways of seeing life. Perhaps you have noticed this before, during a walk in the evening, when the light is fading and you are not trying to solve anything. Suddenly, a new idea drifts into the mind, as light as a feather, or in the shower, when the water runs over you and the mind is not pushing. A solution to a problem appears unannounced. These are not accidents. They are the fruit of letting go. For creativity does not bloom in clenched soil. It needs space. It needs openness. It needs a mind at rest. Breathe with me now. Inhale gently, as though drinking from a cool stream. Exhale slowly, as though pouring the water back into the earth. With each breath, imagine the channels of your mind clearing, like dry riverbeds filling once more. The water of inspiration begins to flow, not because you forced it, but because you released what was blocking it. Modern science explains that when you stop fighting reality, the brain no longer wastes energy on defense. Circuits of fear and control grow quiet. Energy is freed, and other regions awaken those connected to insight, curiosity, and creativity. In Buddhist language, this is the flowering of wisdom when the weeds of resistance are cleared away. The mind, like a garden, blooms again when tended with acceptance. There is a story told of a calligrapher in ancient China who was renowned for his beautiful brushwork. A student once asked him, "Master, how do you write so freely, as if the characters dance upon the page?" The master smiled and said, "When I grip the brush too tightly, the ink refuses to flow. But when I hold it as I would hold a bird, firm enough not to lose it, gentle enough not to harm it, the lines come alive." This is the secret of creativity. Not grasping, not clinging, not forcing, but holding lightly, like the bird, like the brush, like the breath itself. When you release control, the river finds its course. The brush moves. The bird sings. The words arrive. Think of the river itself. It does not demand a straight path. It bends and curves, meeting rocks, carrying leaves, shaping the land as it moves. Its power is not in rigidity, but in flow. So too, your creative spirit does not need straight lines. It needs freedom. Freedom to curve, to explore, to try, to fail, to try again. When the mind stops resisting, this freedom returns. As you rest tonight, you may find yourself remembering forgotten dreams, a song you once wanted to learn, a story you wished to write, a garden you imagined planting. These are not idle fantasies. They are the river stirring within you. You do not need to act on them now. Simply notice. Let them pass by, like boats on the water, each carrying a gift. The gift is not in doing, but in remembering that you are more than your stress, more than your worries. You are also a vessel for creativity, for beauty, for wonder. Rumi once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your heart, even when sorrow lingers, for who knows what new joy they may be preparing for you." Creativity is born from that same acceptance. When sorrow is not resisted, it often transforms into art, into poetry, into music, into compassion. The tear becomes a song, the scar becomes a story, the silence becomes a canvas. In Buddhist tradition, the lotus flower is often painted or carved with delicate care. It is said that the artist does not create the lotus. The lotus is already within the block of wood, within the ink and brush. The artist only reveals it. So too, peace and creativity are already within you. They are not inventions. They are revelations. The more you soften, the more they reveal themselves. Now, let us rest in a small practice. Imagine sitting beside a river at twilight. The water glimmers with the colors of the fading sun. You place your feet near the bank and watch the current carry leaves downstream. Each leaf is a thought, an idea, a memory. You do not need to chase them. You simply watch them pass. One leaf carries sorrow, another carries laughter, another carries a dream. All of them flow onward. The river does not cling, and neither do you. In this gentle watching, notice how your mind feels lighter, more open. This openness is the soil where creativity grows. Zen teachers often remind us, do not seek, and you will find. The harder you chase an answer, the further it runs. But when you rest, when you allow, the answer comes on its own. Creativity is not about striving harder. It is about surrendering deeper. It is about trusting the river to bring what you need, in its own time, in its own way. Perhaps tonight you long not only for sleep, but for healing, for renewal, for some spark of clarity about your life. Trust that it may come not in the struggle of thought, but in the spaciousness of rest. Many great teachers, Buddhists, and sages have said that wisdom comes in silence, not in noise. Let this silence be your gift tonight. As you drift towards sleep, repeat silently, if you wish I release. I open. I allow. With each breath, the river flows more freely. With each exhale, tension dissolves. With each inhale, possibility returns. Creativity is not only painting or music. It is the way you greet a new day, the way you speak kindly when you could have spoken harshly, the way you find joy in the ordinary. Every act of mindfulness is an act of creation. You are weaving the fabric of your life moment by moment, breath by breath. And the more you rest in acceptance, the more vibrant that fabric becomes. So let go now. Let the river move. Trust it. The night will carry you. The breath will steady you. And in this soft place of openness, new seeds of insight will quietly take root. You need not see them tonight. They will bloom in their season, just as surely as the lotus blooms from mud, just as surely as dawn follows night. In every life, there are storms, winds that howl without warning, rains that fall too heavily, seasons that test the strength of roots. No one walks through this world without facing them, yet some are broken by the storm, while others bend and rise again. What makes the difference? It is not hardness, but resilience, not the stiff oak that shatters, but the bamboo that bows and survives. Resilience is not about being unshaken, never touched, never moved. It is about bending without breaking, flowing without losing yourself, softening without surrendering your essence. It is the quiet strength that allows you to fall and then rise, to stumble and then walk again. Take a breath with me now. Inhale gently, noticing the rise of the chest. Exhale slowly, feeling the body release. With each breath, imagine yourself as bamboo tall, slender, swaying with the wind, yet rooted deeply in the earth. When the storm comes, you do not resist so fiercely that you snap. You allow. You bend. You wait. And when the storm passes, as all storms do, you rise again toward the light. There is a story told of two trees that grew side by side on the edge of a field. One was a proud oak, thick and sturdy, its branches reaching wide. The other was a humble bamboo, tall but slender, swaying easily with every breeze. One summer, a great storm came. The wind roared, the rain pounded, and the oak stood rigid, unwilling to bend. By morning, the oak lay broken across the ground, but the bamboo, though shaken and bent low, still stood, rising again as the sky cleared. The villagers gathered, marveling at the bamboo. How did you survive when the mighty oak could not? They asked. The bamboo answered, I do not resist the wind. I dance with it. I bow to it. I know it will not last forever, and so I endure. This is the lesson of resilience. To resist life's storms with rigid denial is to risk breaking, to meet them with acceptance, with the willingness to bow and sway, is to survive and grow. As you lie here tonight, consider the storms you have faced, the losses, the changes, the moments you thought you could not bear. And yet, you are here. You have bent. You have swayed. You have endured. Resilience is not something you must learn. It is something you already carry, like the bamboo already rooted in the earth. The Buddha once taught that suffering is part of life, but so is the capacity to meet it with wisdom. He did not promise a life without storms. He promised a path through them, a way to walk that does not destroy the heart. That way is found in acceptance, in mindfulness, in compassion. These qualities are the roots of resilience. Rumi said, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your soul." Resilience is exactly this acceptance, the trust that no season lasts forever. Winter does not remain. Spring does not stay. Sorrow, too, has its season. And when you soften, when you let yourself sway like bamboo, you allow the seasons to pass without breaking your spirit. Take another breath now. Inhale, feeling the fullness of the moment. Exhale, letting go of what has weighed you down. Each breath is proof of resilience. Each inhale is the body's way of saying, "I continue." Each exhale is the spirit's way of releasing what is no longer needed. There is a Zen saying, "The green reed that bends in the wind is stronger than the mighty oak which breaks in a storm." This wisdom does not tell us to avoid hardship. It tells us to meet it with flexibility. To bend is not weakness, it is wisdom. To yield is not failure, it is strength. Imagine yourself standing in a field of bamboo at dusk. The wind moves through, and each stalk bends gracefully, swaying together, never alone. You, too, are part of this grove. You bend with the others, moving as one, supported by unseen roots, held by the same earth. The storm may roar, but you are not alone. The resilience of countless beings surrounds you. You are part of a great dance of survival, of endurance, of life continuing. Sometimes resilience is key at. It is not the grand rising after tragedy, but the small choice to get out of bed, to take one breath, to meet one moment. Sometimes resilience is nothing more than the whisper, "I will continue," and that whisper, repeated day after day, becomes a song of survival. In Buddhist practice, resilience is also compassion. When you soften toward your own pain, when you stop demanding that you be stronger or better or unshaken, you are practicing compassion. And compassion itself is resilience. For the heart that can meet sorrow with kindness will never truly be broken. Let us practice together now. Place a hand gently on your chest. If you wish, feel the steady beat beneath. This heartbeat has carried you through every storm of your life. Even when you thought you could not continue, it continued for you. Whisper softly, "Thank you." With each beat, feel gratitude for the resilience already alive within you. Imagine now a candle burning in a dark room. The wind enters, flickering the flame. Sometimes it bends low, almost disappearing. But again and again, it rises. This is you. This is your resilience. You may bend, you may flicker, but your flame endures. As you rest here, let the day's burdens fall away. You do not need to carry them into the night. Trust that, like bamboo, you are flexible enough to endure, rooted enough to remain, gentle enough to sway, strong enough to rise. Breathe deeply once more. Inhale strength. Exhale release. Whisper silently, "If you wish I bend, but I do not break. I sway, but I remain. I am resilient. like bamboo. Let this truth cradle you as sleep approaches. You do not need to fight the storms tonight. You only need to rest in the knowledge that you have survived before. And you will again. The wind may blow, but you will rise with the dawn. When resilience begins to grow within us, when we discover that we can bend without breaking, a new flower slowly opens in the heart. That flower is compassion. It blooms quietly, without demand, like the fragrance of jasmine that fills the night without ever trying. Compassion is not forced. It awakens naturally, like dawn following the long hours of darkness. Compassion is the tender recognition that pain is part of every being's journey. It is the softening of judgment, the loosening of harshness, the widening of the heart, so that even sorrow has a place to rest, and it begins not with others, but with yourself. For how can you truly hold the suffering of another if you cannot hold your own? Close your eyes now, if they are not already closed. Inhale slowly, allowing the chest to rise. Exhale gently, feeling the release in the body. Place a hand on your heart if you wish, and notice the warmth beneath your palm. Whisper inwardly, "May I be at ease. May I be safe. May I be free from unnecessary suffering." These words are not magic. They are reminders. Reminders that you are worthy of kindness, just as you are, here and now. In Buddhist teaching, compassion is often described as the trembling of the heart when it encounters pain. It is the natural response of awareness to suffering. Just as your body sweats when it is hot, your heart responds with compassion when it is awake. You do not need to create it. You only need to uncover it, to let it awaken. There is an old story of a young woman named Kisa Gotami. Her child, her only son, fell ill and died. Her grief was unbearable. She carried the small body through the streets, begging anyone who would listen, "Please, give me medicine for my son." People turned away, unable to meet her pain. At last, someone sent her to the Buddha. She laid the child at his feet and pleaded, "Master, please, give me medicine." The Buddha looked at her with deep compassion. "Yes," he said, "I can give you medicine. But first, bring me a handful of mustard seeds from a home where no one has ever died." Kisa Gotami rushed through the village, knocking on every door. "Do you have mustard seeds?" she asked. "Yes," they replied, "but death has visited here. A father, a sister, a husband, a child." Every home held its own grief. As the day wore on, Kisa Gotami realized that her suffering was not hers alone. She returned to the Buddha empty-handed, but with a heart that had opened to the shared sorrow of all beings. In time, her grief softened into compassion, and she found peace. This story is a mirror for all of us. We, too, carry losses. We, too, walk the streets of our lives with burdens others may not see. And yet, when we look closely, we realize that every person we meet also carries grief, disappointment, fear. No one is untouched. Compassion awakens when we see this truth, when we stop believing we are alone in our suffering. Science tells us that when we feel compassion, the brain releases oxytocin, the hormone of connection, trust, and bonding. Our nervous system shifts into calm. Our heart rate steadies. Our immune system strengthens. Compassion does not only heal others, it heals us. To care is to be restored. To love is to be renewed. Imagine now that you are holding a small bird in your hands. Its body is fragile, its heart beating quickly beneath your fingers. You do not clutch it for fear of harm. You do not drop it for fear of loss. You simply cradle it gently, allowing it to rest. This is compassion for yourself, for others, for the world. A gentleness of holding, not control, not indifference, simply a soft willingness to care. Zen teachers often say, "Do not turn away." Compassion means to stay present with what is difficult. When you feel sorrow rising in your own heart, stay with it, as you would stay with a crying child. When another's pain touches you, do not flee. Simply breathe. Listen. Allow. This is how compassion awakens through presence, not through fixing. Take another breath with me. Inhale gently. Exhale fully. Now, imagine someone you love resting before you. Picture their face, their eyes, their smile. Whisper inwardly, "May you be at ease. May you be safe. May you be free from unnecessary suffering." Notice how your heart feels as you offer these wishes. Warmth may spread. A quiet softness may rise. This is compassion, blooming silently within you. Now, let the circle widen. Imagine a stranger, someone you do not know well, perhaps a face you once passed on the street, or someone you saw at the market. Whisper the same words. May you be at ease. May you be safe. May you be free from unnecessary suffering. Notice how the heart does not shrink but expands to include them. And finally, if you are able, imagine someone who has been difficult in your life, someone who has caused you pain. Without excusing their actions, offer the same silent wish. May you be at ease. May you be safe. May you be free from unnecessary suffering. Feel how radical this is. To wish well, even for those who have wounded you. This is not weakness, it is liberation. For in offering compassion, you release the chains of resentment that bind you. The Buddha once said, "Hatred does not cease by hatred, but only by love." This is the eternal law. When compassion awakens, hatred dissolves, the world softens, and you, too, are softened. As you lie here tonight, notice the compassion already alive in you. The way you wish for others to be happy, the way you hope your loved ones are safe, the way you long for peace, not only for yourself, but for the world. This is compassion, the flower blooming in your heart. You do not need to force it. You do not need to manufacture it. It is already there, waiting. When you breathe, when you soften, when you remember the shared human journey, compassion awakens on its own. So rest now. In the fragrance of this flower, feel its softness spreading through your body, calming the mind, warming the heart. Let it carry you gently towards sleep, where even in dreams, compassion continues to bloom. When compassion begins to awaken, a new clarity arises as well. The fog of struggle lifts, and suddenly, choices that once seemed tangled begin to feel lighter, simpler, more free. In the midst of resistance, the mind is clouded. It is like a pond churned by a storm, mud swirling, water darkened, nothing visible beneath the surface. But when the storm quiets, when the wind softens, the pond grows still again, and in that stillness, you can see all the way to the bottom. This is what happens in your own life. When the war with reality ceases, when you no longer fight every stone on the path, clarity returns. You can see what is truly important, what is truly needed, and what can simply be released. Choices made from this place of calm are different from choices made in fear. They carry the fragrance of freedom. Take a slow inhale with me now, filling the lungs gently. Hold for a moment, not in strain, but in calm. Then exhale fully, releasing the breath like a leaf falling to the ground. Again, inhale, ease. Exhale, release. As the body grows quieter, notice how the mind also softens, how choices begin to appear with less weight, less urgency. Buddhist teaching often reminds us that clinging clouds perception. When we cling to how life must be, to how others must behave, to how the future must unfold, our choices are no longer free. They are driven by fear, by control, by resistance. But when we release the grip, the path opens. What once felt narrow now feels spacious. You begin to see not only one way, but many. There is a story of a monk who came to his master with a problem. I cannot decide which path to take. He said, should I remain in the monastery or leave to teach in the villages? My mind is torn in two. The master held up a glass of water and stirred the bottom with a stick. What do you see? He asked. Nothing but cloudy water. The monk replied. The master set the glass down and waited. Slowly, the sediment settled, and the water grew clear. Now, what do you see? Asked the master. I see the bottom of the glass, said the monk. The master nodded. So it is with your mind. Do not choose while it is stirred. Let it settle, and the path will reveal itself. This is the freedom of clear choices, not forcing an answer in the midst of turmoil, but waiting, breathing, allowing the mind to clear. In the stillness, what is needed becomes visible. Science too confirms this. When stress dominates, the brain shifts into survival mode. Decisions are made from fear, narrow and reactive. But when calm returns, the higher regions of the brain awaken. Creativity, empathy, long-term vision. All of these emerge. Acceptance is not passive. It is the very condition that allows wise choices to arise. Imagine yourself at a crossroads. In one direction lies the path of clinging, where each step is heavy, where fear drives you forward. In the other direction lies the path of openness, where you do not know exactly what will come, but you walk with trust, with presence, with compassion. Which path feels lighter? Which path allows you to breathe more freely? That is the path of clear choice. The Taoist sage Lao Tzu once said, "When nothing is done, nothing is left undone." He did not mean to abandon life, but to live in such harmony with the flow that choices are made with ease, without friction, like water, finding its way down a mountain. Choices made from stillness do not force. They flow. They move around rocks. They carve new paths. They reach the sea without resistance. As you rest here, imagine yourself as water. You do not need to force your way through the mountain. You can flow around it. You can take another path. You can trust that in time, all rivers find their way to the ocean. Feel the freedom in this image. Choices need not be battles. They can be gentle movements, like currents flowing with the rhythm of life. There is another story of a traveler who came to a fork in the road. He asked a wise woman who sat nearby, "Which path should I take?" She replied, "Both will lead you where you need to go. The question is not which is right, but how you walk it. Walk with awareness. And whichever path you choose will be the right one." The traveler understood. The freedom was not in the road itself, but in the manner of walking. So too with you. Your choices are not prisons. They are opportunities to walk with awareness, to bring compassion into each step, whether you stay or leave, speak or remain silent, act or rest. The true freedom lies not in the choice itself, but in the presence you bring to it. Take another breath now. Inhale deeply. Exhale slowly. Whisper inwardly, "If you wish, I am free to choose with clarity. I am free to walk with awareness. I am free to live with compassion." Let these words settle into the heart. Feel their truth ripple through you like calm water. As sleep draws nearer, imagine standing on a quiet hill. The night is clear, the stars shining above. From here, you can see the winding paths of the valley below. Some narrow, some wide, some fading into the distance. You do not need to walk them now. You only need to rest, knowing that when the time comes, you will step with clarity, guided not by fear, but by peace. The freedom of clear choices is not found in controlling every outcome. It is found in trusting that when the heart is steady, when the mind is soft, you will know how to walk. You will know how to bend like bamboo, how to flow like water, how to shine like a lantern in the night. Rest now in that freedom. Let go of the burden of decisions. There is nothing to solve in this hour. The path will wait for you. Tonight, your only task is to breathe, to soften, to sleep. There is no true division between body and spirit. They are two reflections of the same river, flowing together, shaping one another. When the mind softens, the body responds. When the body rests, the mind follows. And when both are cared for with tenderness, healing begins to arise. So often, we treat the body as though it were a stubborn servant, demanding it carry our burdens without complaint, pushing it past its limits, ignoring its whispers until they become cries. Yet the body is not against us, it is us. It is our teacher, our companion, our reminder of impermanence and resilience. Every breath, every heartbeat, every step is a small miracle. We rarely pause to honor. Close your eyes now, if they are not already closed. Breathe in gently, letting the air fill your chest. Breathe out slowly, allowing the body to soften into the bed. Notice the rhythm that has been with you since birth. Steady and faithful. The breath is the bridge, and through it, the body and spirit meet again. In Buddhist teaching, the body is seen not as an obstacle to awakening, but as a precious vessel. The Buddha himself spoke of the body as a raft, something to be cared for, respected, and used to cross the river of suffering. To ignore the body is to lose the raft. To cling too tightly to it is to forget that the river flows beyond. But when held with balance, body and spirit move together toward freedom. Science too confirms what ancient wisdom knew. When we resist reality, when stress floods the body, inflammation rises, immunity weakens, the heart suffers. But when we accept, when we soften, when we breathe deeply, healing begins. Stress hormones fade, tension releases, blood flows more freely, and the body's natural wisdom awakens. Healing is not always the curing of illness, but the restoration of balance, the return to wholeness. There is a story of a monk who suffered from a long illness. One day, another monk asked him, "How do you bear this suffering without despair?" The sick monk smiled and replied, "This body is like a worn robe. It frays, it weakens, it grows thin. But I do not mistake the robe for the one who wears it. I care for it as best I can, but I do not cling to it as if it were eternal." In these words is great wisdom. The body is precious, but it is not permanent. To love it is to care for it now, not to demand it stay forever. As you rest tonight, imagine yourself walking through a forest. The air is cool, filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds sing softly in the distance. Each step you take, the earth rises to meet your feet. You realize that the body itself is made of this same earth, bones of stone, blood of rivers, breath of wind. You are not separate. The body is part of the forest, and the forest is part of you. To heal the body is to return it to its natural belonging, to let it rest in its place, within the great web of life. Take another slow breath now. With each inhale, imagine drawing in light, filling the body with calm. With each exhale, imagine releasing tension, as though heavy smoke were leaving through the breath. Inhale light, exhale release. Again and again. The cycle of healing. You do not need to do more than this. The body already knows how to heal when given rest. In Zen tradition, there is a practice called body scanning, moving the light of awareness gently through each part of the body, not to judge, but to listen. You may try this now. Begin at the crown of the head, noticing the scalp, the forehead, the eyes. Soften them. Move down to the cheeks, the jaw, the neck. Release them. Then to the shoulders, heavy with burdens. Let them drop. Down the arms, elbows, hands, fingers. Soften through the chest, the belly, the hips, the legs, the feet. With each place you touch in awareness, you whisper silently, "It is safe to rest. It is safe to let go." The Buddha once said, "To care for the body is to care for the path." And so, Rest tonight, not as indulgence, but as practice. Every moment of rest is an act of compassion. Every breath of calm is an offering to the spirit. Healing the body is healing the heart. Healing the heart is healing the body. Rumiraut. The wound is the place where the light enters you. Sometimes healing does not mean the wound disappears. Sometimes it means the wound becomes a doorway, a place where wisdom, compassion, and love enter. Your body, with all its scars and aches, is not broken. It is a book written with stories, a map of endurance, a vessel of resilience. To honor it is to honor the journey. Imagine now that your body is a garden. Some parts are lush and green. Others are dry and weary. Others still are tender with new shoots. As you breathe, picture yourself watering this garden with kindness. With each inhale, you bring nourishment. With each exhale, you release weeds of tension. Slowly, the garden brightens. Flowers open. Trees stand tall. The body, like the garden, begins to heal through care, through rest, through presence. As you drift towards sleep, let this truth rest with you. You are not divided. Body and spirit are one. To heal the body is to soothe the spirit. To soothe the spirit is to ease the body. Tonight, allow them both to rest together, to breathe together, to be held together. Whisper silently, if you wish, I am whole. I am cared for. I am healing with each breath. Feel the weight of the day slipping away, leaving only the gentle rhythm of breath, the soft cradle of the bed, the quiet wisdom of your own being. The night does not ask you to be strong. It only asks you to rest. The body does not ask you to be perfect. It only asks you to listen. The spirit does not ask you to solve everything. It only asks you to return home. And so, let them all rest, now, body, mind, and spirit together. In peace, in healing, in the gentle arms of sleep. There are burdens we carry that do not belong entirely to us. Some of the heaviness in our hearts was placed there long before we took our first breath. In the same way that we inherit the color of our eyes or the shape of our hands, we also inherit sorrows, fears, and patterns of suffering from those who came before us. This is the quiet inheritance of pain. Perhaps you have felt it. You notice that your reactions sometimes feel older than you are, as though you are carrying the echo of another's grief. Maybe you flinch at words that were never spoken to you, but to those who raised you. Maybe you carry a fear of loss that runs deeper than your own memories, as though it were passed through generations, like an heirloom. Science names this epigenetics, the imprint of trauma carried in the body across time. Buddhism calls it karma, not as punishment, but as the ripple of causes and conditions flowing from past to present. Close your eyes for a moment and breathe softly. Inhale, as though drawing in fresh air from a mountain stream. Exhale, as though releasing a weight that has rested on your shoulders too long. Again, inhale, cleansing. Exhale, releasing. As you breathe, know this: whatever pain you carry, much of it is not yours alone. It is the echo of those who walked before you. And tonight, you have the chance to soften its weight, There is a story of a son who traveled with his father across a wide river. The father carried a heavy sack upon his back. When the river grew deep, the father handed the sack to his son. "It is your turn to carry this," he said. The boy staggered under the weight, but did not complain, for he loved his father. Years later, the son became a father himself. He carried the same sack, and when his child was old enough, he too passed it on. For generations, the family carried the sack across rivers, over mountains, through valleys. One day, a daughter, weary from the journey, finally set it down. She opened the sack and found only stones, nothing of value, nothing worth the pain. She left it by the roadside and continued on lighter. The inheritance of pain is like that sack. We may carry it out of loyalty, out of love, out of habit, but when we look closely, we often find only stones, old fears, old wounds, old voices that no longer need to define us. The courage of compassion is to open the sack, to see what is inside, and to decide whether we will continue carrying it or set it down. Buddhism teaches that our ancestors live in us, not only in blood, but in mind, in heart, in habit. Their joys, their sorrows, their resilience, and their fears all whisper through our being. To honor them is not always to continue their patterns. Sometimes, to honor them is to release what they could not release, to bow deeply and say, "I see your pain, and I choose not to pass it forward." As you lie here tonight, bring to mind your lineage, parents, grandparents, those you knew and those you never met. Imagine them standing behind you, a long line stretching back through time. Some carry smiles, others carry scars. Some lived with ease, others with struggle. All of them, in their own way, passed life forward to you. You are here because of them, and in you, their story continues. Take a breath. Inhale gently. Exhale fully. Whisper inwardly, "I see you. I honor you. And I choose to transform what you could not." Feel the line of ancestors soften behind you, as though a great sigh moved through them all at once. For when one person heals, the ripple moves both forward and backward, touching all who are connected. There is a Zen saying, "When you pick up a single leaf, you move the entire tree." In the same way, when you choose compassion in this moment, you are not healing only yourself. You are healing your family line. You are healing the echo of centuries. Sometimes, this inheritance of pain shows up as anger that feels too sharp, fear that feels too deep, grief that feels too heavy for the size of your life. When this happens, pause, breathe. Remember, this may not be only yours. It may be the voice of generations speaking through you. And your task is not to silence the voice, but to listen, to hold it, to soften it, to let it finally rest. Imagine now that you are standing by a river at night. In the water, you see lanterns floating downstream. Each lantern holds a sorrow passed to you, fear, shame, grief, regret. You place your hands on the lanterns one by one and whisper, "Thank you for carrying this far. You may rest now. Then you release them into the current. One by one, the lanterns drift away, their small lights glowing against the dark water until they vanish into the distance. You feel lighter, freer, clearer. Rumi once wrote, "Don't get lost in your pain. Know that one day your pain will become your cure." In this way, the inheritance of pain is not only a burden, it is an invitation. An invitation to transform old wounds into compassion, old scars into wisdom, old sorrows into songs of healing. Take another breath. Inhale softly. Exhale slowly. Whisper silently. This pain did not begin with me, but it can end with me. Feel the truth of these words in your bones. You are not a prisoner of the past. You are the bridge between what has been and what may yet be. And in your willingness to soften, to rest, to heal, you open a new way forward for yourself, for those who came before, for those who will come after. The Buddha taught that no being exists alone. We are. Your suffering is connected to the suffering of countless others, just as your healing is connected to theirs. Tonight, as you rest, you are not only caring for yourself, you are caring for the great web of life. So let go now. Let the sack of stones be set down. Let the lanterns drift away. Let the breath carry you into rest. The inheritance of pain has been honored. It does not need to be carried further tonight. There are chains we carry that no one can see. They are not made of iron, yet they weigh heavily. They are woven of old fears, unspoken grief, inherited patterns, and quiet agreements we never meant to make. These are the silent chains of suffering, passed down from those before us, tightened by our own hands when we resist what already is. Perhaps you have felt them, a sudden heaviness in the chest, a reaction that seems too strong for the moment, a sadness that rises, even when life appears calm. These chains are often invisible to the eye, but felt deeply in the heart. They whisper, "This is how it has always been. This is how it must always be." Yet the truth is gentler. These chains can be seen, and what is seen can be softened. Close your eyes and breathe. Inhale slowly, letting the air fill the body like light filling a dark room. Exhale gently, as though releasing a weight you have carried too long. Again, inhale light. Exhale, release. Each breath is a key, loosening the grip of the silent chains. Buddhist practice does not ask us to blame those who gave us these chains. It asks us to see clearly, to see how suffering is passed along, not out of malice, but often out of blindness, out of pain, unhealed. A parent who was not held may not know how to hold. A heart wounded in childhood may grow guarded and distant. And yet, when we bring awareness to these patterns, the chains begin to break. There is a story of a monk who once carried a heavy bundle of firewood each day to warm the temple. One winter, the snow fell so deeply that the path grew treacherous. The monk stumbled, falling beneath the weight. His teacher came and asked, "Why do you still carry so much?" The monk replied, "It has always been this way. I thought it must continue." The teacher smiled gently. "Look more closely. Half the wood is rotten. It will not burn. Leave it behind." and your journey will be lighter. The monk looked, and indeed, much of what he carried was useless. That day, he set it down, and the walk grew easier. So it is with our own burdens. Much of what we carry is no longer useful. Old shame, old anger, old roles that no longer serve. When we examine them with awareness, we discover that we need not carry them further. The silent chains are not unbreakable. They loosen when touched with mindfulness. Take a moment now to notice if there is a chain you feel tonight. Perhaps a thought that returns again and again. A belief that whispers, "You are not enough." A fear that clings like shadow. Do not fight it. Do not judge it. Simply notice. Breathe into it. Whisper inwardly, "I see you. You are not all of me. You may rest now." This gentle seeing is the first crack in the chain. Zen masters often say, "What you resist persists. What you see transforms." When you bring awareness to the silent chains, you no longer fight them blindly. You begin to understand them, to soften around them, to allow them to release in their own time. Science speaks of trauma passed silently through families, patterns of anxiety, distrust, or despair that move across generations. But science also tells us of resilience, the ability to break these patterns through awareness, compassion, and new choices. In every family line, there comes one person who sees clearly, who chooses differently. That person becomes the turning point. Perhaps you are that turning point. Perhaps your very act of resting tonight is already loosening links that bound your ancestors. Imagine now that you stand in a dim room. Around your wrists are chains, but in your hand is a lantern. As you lift the lantern, its light reveals the chains clearly for the first time. They are not endless. They are not permanent. You see where they begin, how they loop, where they can be opened. And with each breath, you feel them grow lighter. The light of awareness is the key. There is another story of two monks walking together. They came to a river where a woman waited, unable to cross. One monk lifted her onto his back and carried her across. Hours later, the other monk fumed. "We are forbidden to touch women." "Why did you carry her?" the first monk replied. "I set her down hours ago. Why are you still carrying her?" In that moment, the second monk realized the chains he carried were not in his hands, but in his mind. So it is with us. We often carry in thought what has long since passed. The chain is not the event itself, but the clinging, the repeating, the refusal to release. To see this is to loosen it. To loosen it is to be free. As you rest, imagine one silent chain breaking tonight. Perhaps small, perhaps unseen, but breaking nonetheless. A link falls away, and in its place is space. Space to breathe, to choose, to rest. The inheritance of pain does not need to bind you forever. You have the key of awareness, the strength of compassion, the courage of rest. Whisper inwardly, "If you wish, this pain did not begin with me, and it will not end with me. I choose to soften the chain. I choose to rest in freedom." Feel the truth of these words in your body. Notice the breath deepening, the shoulders lowering, the heart softening. The chain is already lighter. Rumi once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your heart, even if they come with sorrow. Who knows what new joy they may be preparing for you? By breaking the silent chains, you are preparing the soil of your heart for new joy, for compassion, for creativity, for love." As you drift toward sleep, picture yourself walking along a path at dawn. Behind you, broken chains lie scattered on the ground. Before you, the path opens wide, lit with the soft glow of morning light. You walk freely now, step by gentle step, carried by breath, guided by peace. The chains are loosening, the silence is breaking, and you, dear one, are free to rest. There is a kind of sorrow that is difficult to name, because it does not come from something we lost, but from something we never had. It is the grief of what never was, the paths we never walked, the dreams that remained only in imagination, the embraces we longed for but never received, the words of love or forgiveness that were never spoken. This grief is subtle, like a shadow at dusk, yet it lingers, touching the heart with quiet ache. Perhaps you have felt it, a wistful sigh when you think of what could have been, the hollow echo of a dream that once seemed so near but slipped away, a longing for a childhood moment of safety that never arrived. These sorrows do not appear on any calendar. They have no anniversaries, nor graves, no ceremonies, yet they are real, and they shape us as surely as tangible loss. Close your eyes now and breathe gently. Inhale, as though drawing in the scent of spring blossoms. Exhale, as though releasing leaves in autumn wind. As you breathe, allow yourself to acknowledge these hidden sorrows. You do not need to deny them, nor drown in them. Simply bow to them as part of your humanity. The Buddha taught that suffering arises not only from what happens, but from our relationship to what happens. When we cling to the idea that life should have unfolded differently, the heart grows tight and the grief deepens. Yet, when we see clearly, this did not come to pass. And that is also part of the path. A quiet acceptance begins to form, not resignation, but compassion. Compassion for the self that longed, for the dream that never bloomed, for the tender heart that still remembers. There is a story of a monk who sat weeping beneath a tree. His teacher approached and asked, "Why do you cry?" The monk replied, "I dreamed of becoming a great healer, but illness has weakened me. My dream will never be." The teacher sat beside him and said softly, "You grieve for the seeds that never sprouted, but look around, you see the flowers that have bloomed without your notice. Your kindness has healed hearts, though not in the way you planned. Nothing is wasted." This story reminds us that even when some dreams wither, others quietly blossom in their place. The grief of what never was is real, but it does not mean your life has been empty. Often, while one path closes, another, unexpected, unplanned, opens beneath your feet. Take a slow breath. Inhale possibility. Exhale release. Notice how the body feels lighter when you stop demanding that the past be rewritten. The grief may remain, but it softens when wrapped in compassion. Science tells us that the brain records not only events, but imagined futures. When a dream is lost, the brain mourns as though a real loss has occurred. This is why the grief of what never was feels so heavy. Yet the same brain, when met with acceptance, can reshape, can form new pathways, can open to new possibilities. Healing is not forgetting. It is allowing the heart to rest in the present moment rather than fighting the past that never came to be. Imagine now a field at twilight. Scattered across the grass are seeds that never sprouted. Some lie dormant, some withered, some carried away by wind. As you walk through, you feel sadness for what could have grown. But then you notice wildflowers blooming all around, their colors bright against the fading light. They were never planted by you, never expected, yet they are here, offering fragrance, beauty, life. This is your life too. Some seeds never blossomed, but other gifts have bloomed, unplanned, unexpected, and no less real. In Buddhist teaching, there is the parable of the second arrow. The first arrow is the pain itself, the lost dream, the unmet need. The second arrow is our own resistance, the endless replay of what if. The refusal to accept what is. We cannot avoid the first arrow, but we can choose not to wound ourselves further with the second. Tonight, let us lay down the second arrow. Let the body soften. Let the heart rest. Whisper inwardly, if you wish I grieve what never was, and I allow myself to rest. I do not need to fight the past. I am gentle with myself. Feel how these words bring space into the heart, loosening the tight grip of longing. Rumi once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your heart, even with their sorrow, for who knows what new joy they may be preparing for you." The grief of what never was is itself a season. It may linger like winter, but winter is not forever. Beneath the frost, new life waits. Your heart too carries hidden seeds, waiting for warmth, waiting for time, waiting for acceptance to allow them to grow. There is another story from Zen. A student asked his master, "Why do I feel sorrow for things I never had?" The master poured tea into the student's cup until it overflowed. "You long for what is not there," he said, "but even an empty cup has use. It can still hold what is given now." The student understood. The grief for what was not is real, but it does not prevent the cup of life from receiving what is here. As you drift towards sleep, picture yourself holding such a cup. At first, it feels empty, but slowly, as you breathe, it begins to fill with calm, with presence, with small joys you may have overlooked. The warmth of the blanket around you, the rhythm of your breath, the silence of the night. These are gifts, simple yet real, filling the cup that once seemed empty. Take another slow breath. Inhale the present. Exhale the past. Feel the body grow heavier, the mind grow lighter, the heart grow gentler. The grief of what never was does not vanish in a single night, but it can rest tonight. It can soften. It can wait while you sleep. You are not defined by what never happened. You are defined by the love you carry, the awareness you nurture, the compassion you awaken. Even the dreams that never bloomed have shaped you, have taught you tenderness. I have shown you where compassion is needed most. Nothing is wasted, not even sorrow. So let the grief rest now. Place it gently beside you. like a book closed for the night. You may return to it later. But for now, the body longs for peace. The spirit longs for rest. And in that rest, healing quietly begins. There is a ghost we often chase, one that always seems just beyond reach. It is the image of the self we believe we should be, the perfect self, the flawless self, the endlessly strong and wise self. This mirage of the ideal self flickers in the distance, luring us forward with promises of worthiness, of belonging, of peace. Yet like water on the horizon of the desert, the closer we run toward it, the further away it seems. Perhaps you have felt this. The pressure to be more accomplished, more beautiful, more successful, more disciplined, more enlightened. The whisper that says, "Only when I become this, then I will rest. Only when I achieve that, then I will deserve peace." But this is an endless pursuit, because the mirage has no substance. No matter how much you achieve, the image shifts. The bar rises. The ideal changes. You are never allowed to arrive. Close your eyes and breathe. Inhale gently. Exhale slowly. As you rest, imagine setting down this mirage. Imagine loosening the grip on the idea that you must become someone else before you can rest. Whisper inwardly, "I am enough as I am." Here, now, let the words echo softly through your body, like ripples in still water. The Buddha taught that clinging to self is one of the deepest sources of suffering. He did not mean that we should hate ourselves or abandon our individuality. Rather, he meant that the self we cling to, the rigid image of who we think we must be, is an illusion. It is a mirage, like clouds passing across the sky. It shifts and changes, yet we chase it as though it were solid. To awaken is to see through the mirage, to rest in the truth that we are not defined by an ideal, but by presence, by awareness, by compassion. There is a story of an emperor who sought the most beautiful mirror in the land. He sent artisans from across the kingdom to craft mirrors of gold, silver, and crystal. Yet none satisfied him. One day, a beggar arrived, carrying only a bowl of water. "Here is the finest mirror," he said. The emperor laughed, but when he looked into the water, he saw not only his face, but the sky, the trees, the birds, the clouds. "This mirror," said the beggar, "shows you not who you think you are, but your true place in the world." The emperor was humbled. He realized the greatest mirror was not the one that reflected his imagined perfection, but the one that showed him as part of the vast whole. So too with us. The ideal self is like the emperor's gold mirror, polished but empty. The true self is like the water bowl fluid, connected, reflecting all things. When we let go of the mirage, we begin to see not only ourselves, but the world more clearly. Take another breath. Inhale acceptance. Exhale striving. With each exhale, feel the burden of should grow lighter. I should be stronger. I should be happier. I should be further along. Let these words drift away like leaves on a stream. You do not need to become a mirage. You only need to be here. Science too speaks of this. The constant striving for an unattainable ideal creates stress, anxiety, depression. The brain, flooded with comparison, never rests. But when we practice self-compassion, treating ourselves with the kindness we would offer a dear friend, the nervous system relaxes. Healing begins. Clarity returns. What Buddhism has taught for centuries, science now echoes. Peace is found not in becoming perfect, but in being present. Imagine you are standing in a desert at dusk. On the horizon, you see a shimmering pool of water. You walk toward it, thirsty, desperate. But as you approach, it vanishes. Again and again, you chase, and again it disappears. At last, weary, you stop. You sit upon the sand, and in stillness, you realize you have been carrying water with you all along, hidden in your flask. This is the truth of the mirage. The peace you seek outside, in the perfect image of self, has been within you all along. Zen teachers often remind us, be still and know yourself, not the self of illusion, not the self of endless striving, but the self of awareness, the quiet presence that notices the breath, that holds compassion, that exists beneath all masks. This self does not need polishing. It does not need to chase. It simply is. Take another breath now. Place a hand on your heart if you wish. Feel the warmth, the steady beat. This is the truth of you, not the mirage, not the ideal, but this living, breathing presence. Whisper silently, I am here. I am enough. I do not need to become my imagined self to rest. Let the words soften the heart. Rumi once wrote, you are not a drop in the ocean. You are the entire ocean in a drop. This is the truth of your being. You are not a narrow self chasing a mirage. You are vast awareness, containing multitudes, connected to all. To see this is to awaken from the chase, to drink deeply from the water you already carry. As you drift towards sleep, imagine lying beneath a sky of stars. Each star is a version of you, the child you once were, the dreams you once held, the selves you thought you must become. They sparkle, they glow, but you do not need to chase them. You simply lie beneath, breathing, watching, at peace. The stars shine whether you strive or not, and you, too, shine simply by being. The mirage fades, the chase ends. The ideal self dissolves into the quiet truth of presence, and in that truth, you are free, free to rest, free to breathe, free to sleep deeply, without the burden of becoming someone else. Sometimes, when pain feels too sharp, the heart looks for a way to hide, and in that search, it may wrap itself in the cloth of wisdom, using beautiful words and lofty ideas as a shield. This is what many teachers call spiritual bypassing, the attempt to leap over sorrow instead of walking through it. The attempt to cover wounds with phrases of enlightenment instead of tending to them with presence. Perhaps you have felt it within yourself, or seen it in others. A voice that says, I should not feel anger if I am truly wise. I should not grieve if I understand impermanence. I should not hurt if I believe in compassion. But to deny the feeling is not the same as transcending it. To cover pain with concepts is not to heal it. It is only to hide it. And what is hidden grows heavier in the dark. Breathe softly now. Inhale, as though welcoming the truth. Exhale, as though releasing the need to be anything other than human. With each breath, remind yourself, it is not unspiritual to feel. It is not weakness to weep. It is not failure to ache. These are the very doors through which wisdom enters. The Buddha himself knew sorrow. He knew illness. He knew loss. He knew the death of loved ones. His awakening did not erase his humanity, it deepened it. He wept at the suffering of the world. Yet his tears were not signs of ignorance. They were expressions of compassion. To follow the Dharma is not to avoid pain, but to meet it with awareness, to hold it tenderly, to allow it to soften the heart rather than harden it. There is a story of a monk who sat in meditation for many years. He believed he had transcended sorrow. One day, news arrived that his village had been struck by fire, and many had died. He felt grief rise within him and grew ashamed. After all this practice, why do I still feel pain? He asked his teacher. The teacher looked at him kindly and said, "Your grief is not a sign of failure. It is a sign that your heart is alive. Do not turn away from it. Let it teach you compassion." This is the veil of bypassing that thin fabric of denial we sometimes mistake for enlightenment. It covers the raw wound, but does not heal it. True practice is not to cover, but to uncover, to look directly at the wound, to clean it with awareness, to dress it with compassion, and to let it breathe in the open air of presence. Take another breath. Inhale gently. Exhale slowly. Notice if there is any pain within you that you have tried to cover with spiritual phrases. It's all for the best. Everything happens for a reason. I should just let it go. These words may sound wise, but if they are used to avoid feeling, they become another chain. Whisper inwardly. It is safe to feel. It is safe to grieve. It is safe to be human. Zen teachers often remind their students that even enlightened beings still stub their toes. They still grow tired. Still hunger. Still ånger. The difference is not that they avoid pain, but that they do not cling to it. They do not pretend it is not there. They simply let it arise. Let it pass. Like clouds drifting across the sky. To bypass is to deny the cloud. To practice is to watch it pass. Without fear. Without shame. Science, too, tells us that suppressing emotion does not make it vanish. It lodges in the body, tightening muscles, straining the heart, wearing down the immune system. But when we allow ourselves to feel, when we name the emotion with kindness, this is grief. This is anger. This is fear. The body relaxes. The nervous system settles. Healing begins. The wisdom of Buddhism and the wisdom of science meet here. Truth is not found in avoidance, but in gentle facing. Imagine now that you are in a quiet temple. Before you lies a statue of the Buddha. At first, you think the statue is flawless, radiant, perfect. But as you look closer, you see small cracks, tiny lines where the stone has weathered. And yet, through these cracks, sunlight filters in, casting beams of gold across the floor. The beauty of the statue is not in its perfection, but in its openness to light. So too, with you. Your cracks are not flaws to be hidden. They are openings through which compassion shines. There is another story of a monk who wept openly during meditation. A fellow monk whispered, "Shouldn't we be beyond this by now?" The teacher overheard and replied, "Better a heart that weeps than a heart that is closed." The tears are not in the way of wisdom. They are wisdom itself. As you lie here tonight, notice if there are tears you have not allowed yourself to shed. Grief, you have not allowed yourself to feel. Anger, you have tried to cover with silence. You do not need to force them, but you can open the door. Whisper gently, "I give myself permission to feel. I give myself permission to be real." Rumi once wrote, "Don't get lost in your pain. Know that one day your pain will become your cure." But for pain to become a cure, it must first be seen, first be felt, first be honored. To bypass it is to delay the healing. To feel it is to let the cure begin. Take another breath. Inhale truth. Exhale release. With each exhale, feel the veil growing thinner, the denial dissolving, the heart growing freer. You do not need to pretend tonight. You do not need to hide behind wisdom. Wisdom is not a mask. It is the courage to be real, the softness to allow, the strength to stay with what arises. As sleep draws near, imagine yourself removing a heavy cloak. This cloak is the veil of bypassing the phrases, the denial, the pressure to appear untouched. Set it gently aside. Beneath, you are tender, human, alive. And in that aliveness is your greatest wisdom. Rest now in your wholeness. Rest in the truth that you are not less spiritual for feeling. You are more fully awake. For to awaken is not to escape humanity, but to embrace it. To walk gently with all its joys and sorrows. The veil has lifted. The wound can breathe. And you, dear one, are free to rest in the tender arms of truth. Letting go is often spoken of as if it were a single, dramatic act, a great release, a moment when the burden suddenly falls away and never returns. But in truth, letting go is not a single event. It is a practice, a rhythm, a gentle unfolding that happens day by day, breath by breath. Perhaps you have noticed how the mind clings in small, ordinary ways. A spilled cup of tea that leaves you irritated longer than it should. A delay in traffic that fills you with restlessness. A careless word that echoes in your head for hours. These are not great tragedies, yet they weigh upon us. They are reminders that the practice of letting go is not only for the great sorrows, but for the small frictions of daily life. Close your eyes softly. Inhale deeply, feeling the chest rise. Exhale slowly, as though placing something heavy upon the ground. Again, inhale, presence. Exhale, release. Notice how, even in this simple act, you are practicing letting go. Each breath is a small surrender, a soft bow to impermanence. In the time of the Buddha, a novice monk was given the task of sweeping the temple grounds each morning. Eager to please, he swept thoroughly until every leaf was gone. But as the day wore on, new leaves fell, covering the path again. Frustrated, he returned to sweep, only to see more leaves fall by evening. Exhausted, he asked his teacher, "Why must I sweep again and again, if the leaves will never stop falling?" The teacher replied, "You sweep not to finish, but to practice. As long as leaves fall, you will sweep. As long as the mind clings, you will let go." This is the truth of daily life. Just as leaves continue to fall, thoughts continue to arise, attachments continue to form. The practice is not to end this cycle, but to meet it with awareness. Each moment becomes an opportunity to release, to bow, to let go gently. Take another breath. Inhale softly. Exhale fully. Think of something small from your day, a minor irritation, a disappointment, a word you wish had been kinder. Hold it in awareness, not with judgment, but with gentleness. And as you exhale, imagine placing it down, not erasing it, not denying it, but setting it gently upon the earth. Feel the lightness that comes. However small, this is letting go in practice. Science tells us that when we rehearse letting go in small ways, the brain becomes more flexible, more resilient. Neural pathways of rumination weaken, while pathways of acceptance strengthen, just as a muscle grows through daily movement. The capacity for release grows through daily practice. Buddhism has taught this for centuries. Liberation is not sudden escape, but steady presence. Each moment of release is a step toward freedom. There is a Zen saying, "Let go or be dragged." When we cling to what has already passed, we are pulled endlessly, dragged through the thorns of memory and regret. But when we open the hand, the dragging ends. The past may remain, but we are no longer its prisoner. Imagine now that you are standing beside a river. In your hands, you hold small stones. Each stone is a worry, a frustration, a mean or sorrow. Feel their weight. Now, one by one, release them into the water. Watch the ripples spread as each stone sinks and disappears. With each release, your hands grow lighter, freer. The river carries them, as it carries all things, into the vastness beyond. You do not need to follow them. You only need to release. There is another story of a monk who carried a heavy pack across the mountains. When asked why, he did not set it down to rest. He said, "I have grown so used to it, I forgot it was there." So it is with us. We carry unnecessary weights simply because we have forgotten to put them down. The daily practice of letting go is this: remembering to notice the weight, to pause, to set it aside. Take a moment now to notice if there is something you have carried today that you no longer need. Perhaps a self-criticism, a regret, an expectation. Breathe into it. As you exhale, picture yourself setting it down beside the path. Whisper inwardly, "I release you. You may rest now. I may rest now." Letting go does not mean indifference. It does not mean we stop caring, stop loving, stop showing up. It means we release the tightness of control, the demand that life must be different before we can rest. We still sweep the leaves, but without the illusion that they will never fall again. We still love, but without the demand that love shield us from sorrow. We still act, but without clinging to results. This is the freedom of daily letting go. Rumi once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your soul, even with their sorrow. Each season brings its own falling leaves. Some days, you let go of frustration. Other days, of fear. Still others, of joy that has ended." The practice is not to stop the seasons, but to move with them, to sweep the path each day, knowing new leaves will fall, and to do so with gentleness. As you rest here tonight, let your breath be the broom that sweeps. Each inhale gathers presence. Exhale clears space. The mind may return to its clinging again and again, but each time you notice, you sweep once more, and with each sweep, the path grows lighter, even if only for a moment. Imagine yourself lying beneath a tree. Leaves drift down around you, some golden, some brown, some green. You watch them fall. You do not reach to catch them, nor do you push them away. You simply watch, breathing, resting, allowing. This is the essence of letting go, not control, but observation, not erasure, but acceptance. Take one last breath with me now. Inhale deeply. Exhale slowly. Whisper silently, "I let go." Again and again. Each breath is enough. Let these words carry you toward rest, toward softness, toward sleep. The daily practice of letting go is not about finishing, it is about continuing. Tonight, you have practiced once more. Tomorrow, you will practice again. And in this rhythm, freedom quietly grows. There is a certain kind of cage we build for ourselves. Though it is not made of iron or stone, it is woven from fear, from habit, from the belief that if only we could control enough, manage enough, plan enough, then we would finally be safe. This is the cage of control. At first, it seems to protect us. It promises stability. It whispers, "If you hold tightly, nothing can go wrong." But in time, the cage begins to close in, and instead of protecting us, it imprisons us. Perhaps you have felt it. The endless planning, the constant worrying, the rehearsing of conversations that may never happen, the need to hold the reins of every outcome. Control pretends to give peace, but in truth it steals it. For the more tightly we grip, the more fragile life feels. The more we demand certainty, the more anxious we become in a world that is never certain. Breathe softly with me now. Inhale gently, noticing the rise of the chest. Exhale slowly, letting the body release its tightness. Again in and out, soft and steady. With each exhale, imagine the bars of this cage beginning to loosen, not shattered, not broken violently, but simply opening, as if a door has always been waiting to swing wide. The Buddha taught that clinging leads to suffering, and control is one of the deepest forms of clinging. We cling to people, wanting them to act as we wish. We cling to time, wanting it to move faster or slower. We cling to outcomes, wanting life to bend to our plan. Yet all of these are illusions. People change. Time moves on. Outcomes unfold beyond our grasp. To cling is to live in constant battle with reality. There is a story of a bird who longed to touch the sky. It flapped its wings with all its might, but feared the wind. If I let go into the air, I may fall, it thought. So it grasped tightly to a branch, flapping furiously, exhausting itself in place. Only when the bird finally released the branch did it discover it could soar. The control it clung to had not saved it, it had kept it from flying. So it is with us. The more we cling to control, the less free we become. Only when we release do we discover the wings of trust, the freedom of flow, the peace of allowing. Science tells us that control is a survival strategy. When the world feels unsafe, the brain seeks certainty. It creates plans. Rehearse, danger, tightens muscles, always preparing. But what begins as protection becomes prison when it never ends. The nervous system remains on alert, never resting, never trusting. Acceptance, the willingness to release control, signals safety. It tells the body, it is okay to rest. You do not need to fight every moment. And in that release, the body heals, the mind clears, the spirit softens. Imagine now that you are holding a rope. Your hands grip it tightly, knuckles white, muscles tense. You fear that if you let go, something terrible will happen. But your arms are aching, your body trembling from the effort. Slowly, you loosen your grip. The rope does not pull you away. It simply falls to the ground. Relief spreads through your arms. The tension drains. You realize the danger was not in letting go, but in holding on too tightly. Zen masters often remind their students that the harder you try to grasp water, the more it slips through your fingers. To drink, you must cup your hands gently, loosely, allowing the water to remain. Life is the same. To control too tightly is to lose it. To hold gently is to receive it. Take another breath. Inhale. Ease. Exhale. Release. Whisper silently, if you wish, I do not need to control everything. I allow life to flow. I am safe in this moment. Let these words settle into your body like warm light spreading through the chest. There is another story of a king who sought to conquer fear. He built high walls, stationed guards at every gate, controlled every aspect of his kingdom. But still, fear lingered. One night, a wandering monk came and asked, "Why are you so restless?" The king replied, "I have built everything to keep danger away, yet I am never at peace." The monk said softly, "You have built walls against life itself. Until you open the gates, peace will never enter." The cage of control is like those walls. We build them, hoping for safety, but they also keep out peace, joy, spontaneity, love. To open the gate is frightening, yes, but it is the only way to allow life in. Imagine now, standing inside such a cage. The bars seem strong, but as you breathe, you notice a door. It has always been there, but you never tried it. You reach out, gently push, and it swings open with ease. Beyond is an open field, filled with light and air. You step out, and the cage remains behind. You are free, not because the world has changed, but because you no longer confine yourself. Rumi once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your heart. Control resists the seasons, demanding that summer stay forever, that spring return on command." But life does not bow to control. Life flows as it will. To accept is not to give up, but to join the dance, to sway with the wind, to walk with the seasons. This is freedom. As you drift toward sleep, notice if there is something you have tried to control today. A conversation, a plan, an outcome. Picture it in your hand like that rope. With each breath, loosen your grip. Whisper silently, "I release you. I trust the flow. I am safe to rest." Feel the hand soften, the heart lighten, the body ease. Control was never your safety. Presence is. Awareness is. Compassion is. These are the true guardians of peace, and they are already here, waiting in your breath, in your body, in this very moment. Rest now, dear one. The cage is open. The night holds you. You are free to release, free to breathe, free to sleep deeply, in the arms of life itself. When the cage of control opens, and we step beyond it, something subtle awakens in our vision. We begin to notice what has always been here, waiting patiently for our attention, the wisdom of nature. Trees, rivers, mountains, clouds, birdsong, all of these carry teachings, if only we are quiet enough to listen. The Dharma does not live only in scriptures or temples. It is written across the sky, whispered in the wind, carried in the rhythm of waves and seasons. Perhaps you have felt it yourself, the calm that settles in when walking through a forest, the peace that arises when watching a sunset, the clarity that comes from sitting by the sea. These moments are not accidents. They are glimpses of harmony, reminders that life is already balanced when we do not interfere with it. Close your eyes softly now. Inhale gently, as though drawing in the fragrance of pine. Exhale slowly, as though releasing leaves into a stream. Let your breath carry the rhythm of nature, the rise of mountains, the fall of rivers, the sway of trees. With each breath, you return to the great body of the earth, of which you are a part. The Buddha often sat beneath trees to meditate. His awakening itself came beneath the Bodhi tree. This was not coincidence. Nature reflects truth without effort. The tree does not hurry to grow. It stretches upward slowly, season by season. The river does not resist rocks. It curves around them with grace. The mountain does not boast of its height. It simply stands, steady, enduring. To sit with these teachers is to remember what we, too, already know. There is a Zen poem that says, "The pine tree is no more aware of the storm than of the sun." It does not cling to either. It simply stands. What would it mean to live like the pine, to let storms come without fear, to let sunlight warm without clinging, to remain steady in the middle of both? This is the wisdom nature offers. Take another breath. Inhale, presence. Exhale, ease. Imagine yourself walking through a forest at dusk. The path is soft with moss, the air alive with the scent of earth. Around you, tall trees rise like guardians. Some are scarred with age, others fresh with new leaves. Yet all belong equally to the forest. So too, whether scarred or fresh, weary or renewed, you belong to the great forest of life. Science tells us that time in nature lowers blood pressure, slows the heart, eases anxiety, strengthens immunity. But Buddhism tells us this is not simply a chemical reaction. It is remembrance. It is the body recognizing its kinship with the earth. The spirit remembering it is not separate. When we walk in nature, we walk in our own greater body. There is a story of a monk who grew restless in the monastery. He felt his meditation was shallow, his heart unsettled. His teacher sent him into the forest with no instruction but to watch. The monk sat by a stream, listened to birds, watched the wind ripple through leaves. Days passed. Slowly, he realized the stream does not force itself. The bird does not strive to sing. The leaf does not resist the wind. Peace is their nature, and peace can be his nature too, if he allows it. When he returned, he bowed deeply. "The forest has been my greatest teacher," he said. "Imagine now that you are sitting beside such a stream. The water glimmers in moonlight, moving without hurry. You place your hand into the current. Coolness flows around your fingers, and you realize you cannot hold the water. The tighter you grasp, the quicker it escapes. Only when you open your hand does the water linger, flowing gently across your skin. This is the teaching of impermanence. Nothing can be held forever. To open is to receive. Zen masters often say, when you eat, eat. When you walk, walk. Nature lives this truth. The bird sings when it sings. The river flows when it flows. The flower blooms when it blooms. None wait for the perfect time. None demand a different season. They simply live, fully present, and in that presence, they are complete. Take another slow breath. Whisper inwardly, I walk with nature. I move with the rhythm of the earth. I am not separate. I belong. Feel how these words soften the heart, how they bring a sense of ease, of belonging, of deep rest. There is another story. From the Taoist tradition, a farmer cut down bamboo to make flutes. His neighbor asked, "Why do you waste such strong wood on hollow tubes?" The farmer replied, "The bamboo's strength is in its hollowness. Only when empty can it sing." So too with us. When we empty ourselves of clinging, of control, of the endless chatter of the mind, we become like bamboo, able to sing with the wind, to be vessels of peace, to carry the music of life. As you lie here tonight, imagine yourself as a mountain, tall, grounded, unmoving. Storms might pass across your slopes, but you remain. Sunshine may warm your peaks, but you do not cling. You simply stand, steady, patient, eternal in presence. Feel the weight of your body sink into the bed as the mountain sinks into the earth. This stillness is already within you. Rumi once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your soul, even if they come with sorrow." The tree does not resist autumn when leaves fall, nor does it cling to spring forever. It bows to the seasons, trusting the cycle. You, too, can trust the seasons of your heart. Let joy come. Let sorrow come. Let both pass. You remain, like the tree, rooted in being. As sleep draws nearer, picture the night sky above you. Stars glitter. Like lanterns, the moon drifts quietly. You are part of this vastness. Not separate, not alone. The same wind that moves the branches moves your breath. The same silence that fills the forest fills your heart. Nature is not outside of you, it is you. Rest now in this truth. You are the pine tree, steady in storm and sun. You are the river, flowing around obstacles with grace. You are the mountain, grounded and enduring. You are the bird, singing when it sings. You are the flower, blooming when it blooms. You are part of the great body of nature, and its wisdom is already alive within you. There is a quiet trap that many hearts fall into, the belief that peace can only come when the world finally approves of us, when others finally agree with us, when life finally gives us the permission we crave. We wait for the nod of affirmation, the gesture of acceptance, the words that say, "You are right. You are enough. You are worthy." And until those words are spoken, we feel restless, uneasy, incomplete. But this waiting is endless, for the world is vast and full of countless voices. Some may praise you, some may condemn you, some may remain silent. If your peace depends on their approval, it will rise and fall like a boat tossed on every wave. True peace must be steadier. True peace must be rooted not in the shifting opinions of others, but in the deep soil of your own awareness. Take a breath with me now. Inhale slowly, allowing the air to enter deeply. Exhale fully, releasing the need to be measured, the need to be weighed, the need to be judged. With each exhale, whisper silently, "I do not need approval to rest. I do not need approval to be at peace." The Buddha himself knew disapproval. He was praised by many, yet also criticized by kings, by teachers, by wanderers. When asked how he bore this, he replied, "As a solid rock is not shaken by the wind, so the wise are not moved by praise or blame. The rock does not grow larger when praised, nor smaller when criticized. It simply remains. To live like the rock is to rest in unshakable peace, untouched by the winds of opinion." There is a story of a monk named Angulimala, who was feared for his cruelty. When he met the Buddha, he shouted, "Stop, holy man." But the Buddha, calm and steady, replied, "I have already stopped. It is you who have not stopped." In that presence, Angulimala's violence dissolved. He bowed, transformed by the Buddha's unshaken peace. The Buddha did not seek Angulimala's approval. He did not argue, did not resist. He simply stood in the strength of truth. And in that truth, peace prevailed. So it is with us. When we cease to chase approval, when we rest in the quiet rock of presence, others may still disagree, disapprove, misunderstand, but their wind does not move us. We remain steady. Science, too, reflects this wisdom. Studies show that seeking constant external validation activates stress pathways in the brain. The heart rate rises. Anxiety floods. The nervous system remains on guard. But when we cultivate self-compassion, when we anchor in inner worth, the body shifts into calm. Oxytocin flows, soothing the heart. The immune system strengthens. Peace becomes less a negotiation with the world and more a gift we offer ourselves. Imagine now that you are sitting by the sea. Waves rise and fall. Sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce. Each wave is an opinion, a judgment, a voice of approval or disapproval. If you tie your peace to the waves, you will rise and fall endlessly. But beneath the waves is the vast ocean, deep and steady, unmoved by surface storms. You are that ocean. The waves are real, but they do not define you. Rest in your depth. Take another breath. Inhale presence. Exhale the chase. Whisper inwardly, I am whole without approval. I am at peace within myself. Notice how the body softens, how the heart eases, how the mind begins to rest. There is another story. From Zen. A teacher was insulted harshly by a visitor. The students were outraged, but the teacher simply bowed and said, "Thank you for your gift. I will not carry it." When the visitor left, the students asked, "How could you thank someone who insulted you?" The teacher replied, "If someone hands you a package you do not accept, to whom does it belong?" The students understood. Insults, like gifts, belong to the giver unless accepted. Approval and disapproval are the same. We can choose not to carry them. So too with you. When someone offers approval, accept it if it nourishes you, but do not cling to it. When someone offers disapproval, you may bow, but you do not need to carry it home. Your peace does not depend on their gift. It depends on your choice to rest in awareness. Rumi once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your soul. Approval is one such season. Some days it comes, some days it goes. To anchor in it is to be blown by the wind. To anchor in your own soul is to remain steady through all seasons." As you lie here tonight, think of one moment when you longed for approval. Perhaps from a parent, a friend, a teacher, a stranger. Feel the weight of that longing. Now breathe into it. Whisper silently, "I see you." You wanted love. You are worthy of love. You do not need to chase it anymore. Notice how the longing softens, how the heart loosens, how peace begins to rise from within. Imagine yourself as a lantern in the night. Some passers-by may admire your glow. Others may ignore it. Still others may criticize it. Yet the lantern does not flicker to please them. It shines because it is its nature. You, too, shine, not for approval, but because shining is your nature. Take one last breath. Inhale deeply. Exhale slowly. Let the body sink into the bed, heavy with rest. Let the mind release the chase, light as a feather on the breeze. You do not need anyone's permission to sleep. You do not need anyone's approval to rest. Peace is already yours. Here, now, in this breath, Every heart carries both light and shadow. The light is easy to welcome: our kindness, our joy, our patience, our compassion. But the shadow is harder. It is the anger we try to hide, the jealousy we do not admit, the fear we disguise with silence, the old wounds we pretend are gone. Yet, just as night is not separate from day, shadow is not separate from light. To deny it is to deny part of ourselves. To meet it is to become whole. Perhaps you have felt your shadow rise at unexpected times, a sharp word spoken when you meant to be gentle, a bitterness stirred by another's success, an old fear that returns even when you thought it long gone. The instinct is to push it away, to hide it beneath the cloak of politeness or even spirituality. But shadow does not disappear when ignored. It waits, quietly, until we are ready to see it. Take a slow breath with me now. Inhale gently, as though drawing in courage. Exhale slowly, as though releasing fear. Again, in and out. With each breath, remind yourself it is safe to see what is within. It is safe to meet the shadow with light. The Buddha himself faced his shadow on the night of his awakening, as he sat beneath the Bodhi tree. The tempter, Mara, appeared. Mara was not a demon outside, but the embodiment of doubt, fear, and desire within. He whispered, "Who are you to seek awakening? You are unworthy. You are weak. You will fail." But the Buddha did not fight Mara, nor did he run. He simply touched the earth and said, "This ground is my witness." In that gesture, he met Mara with presence, and Mara's power dissolved. So too with us. Our shadows, our doubt, our fears, our cravings cannot be conquered by denial. They can only be met with awareness. To say, "Yes, I see you. You are part of me, but you do not control me." This is how the shadow loses its grip. There is a story of a monk who lived beside a cave. Each night, a dark figure appeared in the cave's entrance, frightening him. For weeks, the monk avoided the cave, but at last, weary of fear, he lit a lantern and entered. Inside, he found nothing but an old rock, casting a shadow in the moonlight. His terror dissolved into laughter. So it is with the shadows of our mind. When left unseen, they loom large. When met with light, they shrink into what they are, simply parts of us, needing acknowledgement, needing compassion. Science speaks of the same truth. Psychologists call it integration. When we suppress parts of ourselves, they grow stronger in the dark, influencing us unconsciously. But when we name them, feel them, accept them, they soften, the brain calms, the nervous system steadies, the heart grows lighter. Meeting the shadow with light is not only a spiritual act, it is healing for body and mind. Close your eyes again. Imagine a dark room within you. In the corner lies something you have not wanted to face. Perhaps a regret, a fear, an anger. It waits quietly. Now, imagine holding a lantern in your hand. You walk gently into the room. You do not force. You do not scold. You simply shine the light. And there it is. revealed, smaller than you thought, less frightening than imagined. Whisper softly to it, I see you. You are not my enemy. You are a part of me. And I hold you with compassion. Notice how it softens beneath the light. Rumi once wrote, the wound is the place where the light enters you. Your shadow, your wounds, your sorrows. These are not signs of failure. They are openings, doorways, through which wisdom and compassion flow. To meet them with kindness is to transform them into teachers. There is another Zen story of a monk who wept openly in meditation. A fellow monk whispered, why do you weep? Have you not yet transcended sorrow? The teacher overheard and replied, a heart that does not weep is not awake. The tears are not a barrier. They are the light meeting the shadow. As you lie here tonight, notice if there is a shadow within you that longs to be seen, perhaps a shame you have carried, a fear you have avoided, a longing you have denied. You do not need to fix it. You do not need to erase it. Simply breathe with it. Whisper inwardly, you may rest now. I will not abandon you. Imagine now that you are sitting by a fire in the night. Around you, shadows dance on the ground. At first, they seem menacing, but then you realize they are only shapes cast by the firelight. They have no substance of their own. So it is with the shadows of the heart. They arise from the light of awareness itself. They are not separate. They are not enemies. They are invitations to look more deeply. Take another breath. Inhale compassion. Exhale acceptance. Feel the heart grow wider, able to hold both joy and sorrow, both light and shadow. This is wholeness, not perfection, not purity, but inclusiveness. Nothing left out. Rumi also wrote, don't get rid of your loneliness. Give it a room. Don't run from despair. Invite it to the table. In this way, to meet the shadow with light is to make space for all of yourself, not only the polished parts, but the raw ones too. And in making space, you find peace. As you drift towards sleep, picture your heart as a vast temple. In some corners, golden statues shine. In others, shadows linger, but the temple does not reject them. It holds them all in silence, in stillness, in peace. You, too, are such a temple, as spacious, vast, able to hold all that you are. Rest now in this truth. You do not need to hide from your shadow. You do not need to fight it. You only need to meet it with light, and in that meeting, you become whole. So much of our restlessness comes from the belief that limits are enemies. We imagine that if only we could be limitless, limitless in time, in energy, in power, in love, then life would finally be free. Yet Buddhism teaches a different wisdom, that limits are not punishments, but gifts. They shape us, guide us, teach us, and give life its beauty. Think of a bowl. Its usefulness is not in its walls, but in its emptiness. Without boundaries, it could hold nothing. Or consider a piece of music. Its beauty is born not only from the notes that sound, but from the silence between them. So too with our lives, limits give shape to meaning. Without them, everything would blur. endless and indistinct. Close your eyes and breathe softly. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. As you breathe, imagine yourself as a bowl open, is spacious, yet defined by gentle edges. These edges are not cages. They are forms that allow you to hold, to contain, to be. Whisper inwardly, "My limits are not my prison. My limits are my shape." Perhaps you have felt frustration with limits before. The body grows weary sooner than the mind would like. A dream fades because time does not stretch as far as you hoped. Illness interrupts plans. Age brings changes you did not invite. These moments can feel cruel, but seen with clarity, they are also invitations. They remind us that life is precious because it cannot be endless. That love is urgent because it cannot be delayed forever. That rest is holy because energy is finite. There is a story of a potter who made bowls for his village. One day, a student asked, "Why do you stop shaping the clay when it could always be larger? Always hold more?" The potter smiled, "Because if it has no edge, it cannot be a bowl. If it cannot be a bowl, it cannot serve. Its limit is its gift." So too with us, our bodies, our years, our circumstances. These edges make our lives bowls that can hold love, compassion, wisdom. To demand endlessness is to spill everything onto the ground. To honor limits is to live with care, to savor, to rest. Take another breath. Inhale, acceptance. Exhale, resistance. With each breath, allow the body's limits to be seen not as failures, but as guides. The need to sleep, the need to pause, the need to release. These are the body's way of showing you the path back to balance. To rest tonight is not laziness, it is wisdom. Science tells us the same truth. Stress often arises from ignoring limits, working beyond capacity, denying fatigue, resisting change. But when we honor limits, the nervous system calms, the heart steadies, healing begins, the body whispers, "Thank you for listening. Thank you for allowing me to be as I am." Imagine yourself walking through a garden. Each plant has its limit. Some grow tall, some remain small, some bloom only in spring, some only in autumn. Yet the garden's beauty is in its variety, its rhythm, its limits. A rose that bloomed forever would lose its wonder. A tree that never shed its leaves would never grow new ones. So, too, with your life. Its limits are not flaws, they are part of its design, its beauty, its sacred rhythm. There is a Zen story of a student who complained, "My meditation is too short. I wish I had more hours." The master replied, "Your breath is not endless, yet it is enough. Why not let your practice be like the breath, finite, yet sufficient?" The student understood. The gift of practice is not in its length, but in its presence. The same is true of life. Its length is uncertain, but its presence, when honored, is infinite in depth. Rumi once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your soul. Seasons are limits. Summer cannot last forever. Winter cannot stay always. But it is this very limit that makes each precious. The coolness of autumn air, the blossoms of spring, each is savored because it passes. Without passing, it would be overlooked. Take another breath. Inhale the moment. Exhale the clinging. Whisper silently, because I am limited. I can love deeply. Because I am limited. I can rest fully. Because I am limited. My life is precious. Imagine now holding an empty bowl in your hands. Its edges curve gently, smooth and strong. You place it before you, and one by one, blessings begin to fill it. The warmth of friendship, the fragrance of tea, the softness of night, the rhythm of breath. The bowl fills, not endlessly, but enough. And in that enoughness, you feel peace. There is another story of a monk who lived beside a great tree. Each year, the tree bore fruit for a season, then stood bare through winter. One day, the monk said, "You are wise. Tree, you do not resist your limits. You give when it is time to give, and you rest when it is time to rest." The tree did not reply, but its silence was its teaching. The monk bowed deeply and learned to rest as the tree rests. So too, dear one, you are allowed to rest. Your limits are not punishments. They are reminders that rest is part of life's design. Just as the tree pauses in winter, you may pause tonight. Just as the bowl holds only what it can, you may hold only what is yours to carry. Just as the rose blooms for a season, you may bloom in your own time, without needing to be forever in flower. Take one last breath with me. Inhale deeply. Exhale slowly. Feel the body sink into the bed, shaped by its limits, held by its edges. Limits do not diminish you. They make you whole. They give form to your days, urgency to your love, sweetness to your rest. The gift of limits is already yours. Receive it tonight as you drift into sleep, knowing that within your edges, you are complete. When illness visits, whether in small aches or in great storms of pain, it often feels like an unwelcome intruder. We resist it, fearing what it takes away our energy, our ease, our plans. We may ask, why now? Why me? And yet, within the Buddhist path, illness is not only a thief, it is also a teacher. It reminds us of truths we often forget: impermanence, compassion, patience, and the preciousness of each breath. Perhaps you know this teaching in your own body. A headache that slows your pace, a sickness that keeps you in bed, a chronic ache that demands your attention. These moments strip away illusions of invincibility. They reveal that we are not separate from the changing flow of life. They remind us that the body is fragile, yet also resilient, tender, yet enduring. Take a gentle breath now. Inhale softly. Exhale slowly. As you breathe, whisper inwardly, even in illness, I am not broken. Even in pain, I am still whole. Feel the body soften at these words. The Buddha himself faced illness. In his later years, his body grew frail, and he often suffered. Yet he did not see this as failure. He said, "This body is like an old cart, held together with straps, and yet, With that body, he continued to teach, to walk, to sit, to smile. His wisdom did not erase his pain, but it transformed his relationship to it. There is a story of a monk who fell gravely ill. His brothers in the monastery came to care for him, but one day he was found alone, lying in his own waste, abandoned. The Buddha himself arrived, cleaned the monk with his own hands, and said to the others, "If you do not care for one another, you do not care for me." In this, he taught that illness is not only a personal trial, but a call to compassion. To tend the sick is to honor the Dharma. To receive care is not weakness, but a reminder of our interdependence. Science, too, affirms this. Studies show that when we meet illness with acceptance and compassion rather than resistance, healing may not always mean cure, but it does mean ease. Pain feels lighter, anxiety softens, and the body rests more deeply. Acceptance does not erase illness, but it loosens suffering's grip. Imagine now that you are lying beneath a great tree. The body aches, but the tree stands steady, offering shade. The wind moves softly, offering coolness. Birds sing nearby, offering song. You realize that even in illness, life continues to embrace you. The body may falter, but the world does not abandon you. You are still part of the great circle of care. Take another breath. Inhale compassion. Exhale tension. As you breathe, move awareness gently through the body. Notice where there is tightness, where there is ache. Do not fight it. Simply breathe into it. Whisper softly, "You are allowed to rest. You are allowed to be as you are." Feel how even pain softens when held in kindness. There is a Zen saying, "To be sick is to be human." We sometimes think health is the only acceptable state. But illness is also part of life's rhythm, just as night balances day, as winter balances summer. So, illness balances health. It teaches us to pause, to listen, to honor what is fragile. It humbles us, reminding us that we are not separate from the body, not masters of it, but companions. Rumi once wrote, "The wound is the place where the light enters you." Illness can be such a wound. It can break open pride, soften the heart, deepen compassion. Many who have walked through illness speak of new tenderness, new gratitude, new wisdom. The body may weaken, but the spirit may strengthen. There is another story of a monk who suffered from constant pain. He asked his teacher, "How can I practice when my body hurts so much?" The teacher replied, "Then let pain be your practice. Each ache is a bell reminding you of impermanence. Each throb is a call to compassion. Bow to them, and they will guide you." The monk followed this, and though the pain did not leave, it became a teacher rather than an enemy. As you rest here tonight, think of any part of your body that feels weary. Place gentle awareness there. Do not scold it. Do not resist it. Simply rest with it, like sitting beside a friend in silence. Whisper inwardly, "Thank you for carrying me. Thank you for enduring." You may rest now. Notice how the heart softens when gratitude replaces anger, Imagine now a candle burning in a dark room. Its flame flickers, sometimes small, sometimes strong. Illness may dim the flame, but it does not extinguish it. The light remains. You, too, remain, even when weary, even when aching. Your light continues. Take one last breath with me. Inhale gently. Exhale slowly. Let the body sink into the bed, supported by earth itself. Let the spirit rest in the knowledge that illness is not punishment. It is teacher, guide, reminder. It calls you back to presence, to compassion, to rest. The body, as teacher, whispers, "You are fragile. So, be gentle. You are finite. So be grateful. You are not alone. So be compassionate." Hear these whispers tonight. Let them guide you into deep rest, where healing begins, not in perfection, but in presence. Across cultures and centuries, human beings have told stories of struggle and surrender. Myths are like mirrors, shaping our understanding of the challenges we face, whispering truths through symbols and images. They speak of kings and gods, heroes and wanderers. But beneath the surface, they are always about us, our fears, our hopes, our attempts to control the uncontrollable, and the freedom we discover when we finally let go. One such story comes from ancient Greece, of Sisyphus, condemned to push a boulder up a hill for eternity. Each time he neared the top, the stone slipped and rolled down, and he began again. His punishment seems cruel without end. Yet, if we look through the lens of the Dharma, we may see something deeper. How often do we too push our boulders, clinging to control, chasing perfection, resisting what cannot be changed, only to find ourselves back where we began, weary and defeated? Sisyphus is not only a man of myth, he is every mind that clings to control. His freedom does not lie in conquering the boulder, but in surrendering the fight. Close your eyes gently. Inhale slowly. Exhale softly. With each breath, imagine setting down your boulder, if only for tonight. You do not need to push it now. You are allowed to rest. Whisper silently, "I release what I cannot carry. I allow life to flow." Another story comes from the East, of a pot that was cracked along its side. Each day, it carried water from the river to a master's home. Half the water leaked out along the way, and the pot felt ashamed. But one morning, the master said, "Look at the flowers along your path. They bloom only on your side, for you watered them without knowing. Your crack is your gift." In this story, surrender is not about fixing the crack. It is about accepting it, allowing it to bring unexpected beauty. So too with us, our imperfections may be the very paths through which compassion flows. Science speaks of surrender as well. Psychologists tell us that when we release the need to control what is uncontrollable, the brain shifts out of survival mode. Stress hormones fade. The heart rate slows. The immune system strengthens. Surrender is not giving up, it is giving space. It is allowing the nervous system to return to balance, the body to remember rest, the mind to rediscover clarity. Take another breath. Inhale peace. Exhale control. As you rest, picture yourself standing in a river. The current flows strong. At first you resist, straining against it, growing exhausted. But when you let go, the river carries you effortlessly. This is surrender, not drowning, not defeat, but flowing with what already is. There is a story from India of a god who swallowed poison to save the world. His throat turned blue, marking the suffering he had endured. But he did not die. Instead, he transformed the poison into a symbol of protection. In Buddhist terms, this is what happens when we surrender to suffering. Not by resisting it, but by transforming it. Our pain may remain, but it becomes the very ground of compassion, the very mark of wisdom. Zen masters often remind their students, let go or be dragged. Surrender is not weakness. It is strength. It is the courage to open the hand, to release the rope, to trust the flow. To surrender is to admit, I cannot stop the rain, but I can stop my fighting against it. I cannot hold the tide, but I can float upon it. I cannot control the world, but I can rest within it. Imagine now that you are carrying a heavy basket filled with stones. Each stone is a burden: fear, regret, expectation, control. You walk with difficulty, weary beneath the weight. At last, you come to a field bathed in moonlight. You set the basket down. Slowly, you lift each stone and place it upon the earth. One by one, they fall away, until the basket is empty. You look up and see the sky filled with stars. Without the weight, you feel light, free, open. This is surrender. Rumi once wrote, try to accept the changing seasons of your soul. Myths often describe gods who resist change, who fight to keep power, who struggle against time. But the deepest wisdom is not in fighting seasons, it is in bowing to them. Autumn does not resist winter. Night does not resist dawn. Each surrenders, and in surrendering, continues the cycle of life. Take another breath. Inhale courage. Exhale release. Whisper inwardly, I surrender not to defeat, but to peace. I let go, and I am free. Feel how the body softens, how the mind loosens, how the heart grows lighter. There is one more story. From Zen. A monk was asked, what is enlightenment? He replied, when hungry, eat. When tired, sleep. This simple teaching is the heart of surrender. To stop resisting, to stop demanding that life be different, to simply allow the moment to be as it is. To eat when eating, to sleep when sleeping, to breathe when breathing. As you drift towards sleep, imagine surrender as a soft cloak wrapping around you. It does not bind, it soothes. It does not weigh you down, it carries you. You do not need to fight tonight. You do not need to push your boulder, to fix your cracks, to resist the river. You are allowed to rest, to trust, to let go. The myths remind us, struggle may seem eternal, but surrender is always possible. The boulder can be set down, the crack can bloom flowers, the poison can become protection. The river can carry you home. Rest now, dear one. The night invites you to surrender, not in weakness, but in wisdom. For when you let go, peace enters. And when peace enters, healing begins. Life does not always ask our permission before it changes. Friendships fade. Chapters close. Seasons shift. Loved ones depart. Endings come suddenly, like doors shut by the wind, or slowly, like the dimming of a candle, whether gentle or harsh. They remind us of one truth: impermanence. We may resist. We may plead. We may try to hold on, but endings arrive without our consent. Perhaps you have known this truth. The loss of a job you cherished. The departure of someone you loved. The fading of health or youth. The quiet closing of a dream. At first, the heart protests. This should not be. Not yet. Not this way. But Buddhism teaches that clinging to should not is where suffering grows. The event itself may pierce us like the first arrow, but our resistance, our refusal to let go, becomes the second arrow. Tonight, we lay down the second arrow. Breathe softly with me now. Inhale gently. Exhale slowly. As you breathe, imagine placing your endings before you not as enemies, but as teachers. Whisper inwardly, "You came without my consent, but you carry wisdom. I will one day understand." The Buddha taught impermanence as a central truth. He reminded us that everything born will one day die. Everything gathered will one day scatter. Everything built will one day fall apart. This teaching is not meant to depress us, but to free us. For when we accept that endings are part of the fabric of life, we can love more deeply while things last. We can hold gently, knowing we cannot hold forever. We can live fully in the present. Instead of clinging to what must eventually pass, there is a story of a candle burning in a small temple. A monk sat watching it, entranced by the glow. When the flame flickered low, he rushed to shield it with his hands, desperate to keep it alive. But despite his efforts, the flame went out. The monk wept. His teacher said, "The candle's gift was not to last forever, but to light the room while it lived. Its ending does not erase its light." So it is with all endings. The love you once knew, the time you once enjoyed, the season you once savored, they do not lose their meaning because they ended. Their light remains, even after the flame has gone out. Take another breath. Inhale remembrance. Exhale release. Feel the body soften as you allow endings to be honored without clinging. Science echoes this truth. Neuroscientists tell us that closure is not about erasing memory, but about integrating it. The brain does not forget loss. But when we accept endings, memory shifts from sharp pain to soft presence. We remember not only the absence, but the gift of what was. The heart learns to carry both grief and gratitude. Imagine now a tree in autumn. Its leaves blaze with color gold, crimson, amber before they fall. If you tried to glue the leaves back, you would ruin their beauty. The tree does not cling. It lets them fall, knowing new leaves will come in spring. Endings are like autumn leaves. They fall whether we consent or not. But in their falling, they reveal the cycle of renewal. There is another story from Zen. A student asked his master, Why must things end? The master held up a flower in bloom. If this flower never faded, he said, you would never notice its beauty. You would never pause to savor it. Endings awaken our love for beginnings. Rumi wrote, try to accept the changing seasons of your soul. Some seasons are bright with beginnings. Others are heavy with endings. Both belong. Both shape us. Both remind us that life is a dance of appearing and disappearing, coming and going, rising and falling. Take another breath. Inhale, courage. Exhale, surrender. Whisper silently, I honor what has ended. I allow it to rest. I carry its light forward. Imagine now that you are walking through a house at night. One by one, you turn off the lamps in each room. At first, darkness feels heavy. But as you reach the last room and turn off the final lamp, you look outside and see the stars bright, infinite, untouched. The ending of the lamps revealed the greater light of the sky. So too, with life, endings may feel like darkness, but they also reveal a wider light, a greater perspective, a deeper peace. There is a story of a traveler who came to a bridge washed away by floods. He sat down, devastated, unable to continue. A wise woman passed by and said, the bridge is gone. Yes, but the river is still here. You can still drink, still rest, still continue another way. Endings are like washed bridges. They close the path we knew, but they do not close life itself. Other ways remain. Other rivers flow. As you rest here tonight, think of an ending that weighs upon your heart. Perhaps recent, perhaps long ago. Breathe into it. Whisper gently, thank you for your light. Though you have ended, I carry your gift. Feel the heart soften as gratitude joins grief. Take one last breath. Inhale, presence. Exhale, release. Let the body sink deeper into the bed, heavy with rest. Let the mind release the fight against endings. Let the heart be cradled by compassion. You do not need to consent to endings. You only need to allow them to rest. As you rest, here and now, rest in the truth that endings are not punishments. They are the nature of all things. They do not erase love. They do not erase meaning. They only remind us to cherish, to surrender, to be present. The candle burns. The candle fades. The tree blooms. The leaves fall. The river flows. The bridge breaks. And still, life continues. And still, you are held. Among all the teachers, life offers joy, sorrow, love, loss. There is one that walks beside us from the very beginning. We may try to ignore it. We may fear its presence, but it remains faithful, patient, waiting. That teacher is death, the final companion, the quiet reminder that every beginning has an end, that every breath is borrowed, that every life is precious because it will not last forever. For many, the thought of death brings unease. The mind resists. Not yet. Not me. Not those I love. But the Buddha did not turn away from death. He taught that to remember death is not morbid, but liberating. In Pali, the practice is called Maranasati, mindfulness of death, to reflect on impermanence, not to live in fear, but to awaken to the gift of each moment. Close your eyes now. Inhale slowly. Exhale softly. With each breath, remember, this breath is unique. Never before has it been breathed. Never again will it return. Each inhale is birth. Each exhale is death. And in this rhythm, life continues. Birth and death are not enemies. They are partners, dancing in every moment. There is a story of a king who was terrified of death. He surrounded himself with guards, built high walls, sought elixirs of immortality. Still, fear haunted him. At last, he went to a sage and asked, "How can I escape death?" The sage replied, "Find a place where no one has ever died, and death will not touch you there." The king searched far and wide, but everywhere he went, he found graves, he found tears, he found stories of loss. Finally, weary, he returned to the sage. "There is no such place," he admitted. The sage smiled. "Then stop running. Death is not to be escaped. It is to be accepted. And in acceptance, fear dissolves. So it is with us. Death is not somewhere far away. It is woven into life itself. Each falling leaf, each setting sun, each closing chapter is a small rehearsal. And yet, when we embrace impermanence, we discover not despair, but freedom. We no longer postpone love. We no longer delay kindness. We live fully, because we know time is precious. Take another breath. Inhale gratitude. Exhale fear. Whisper inwardly, "Because I will die. I will love deeply. Because I will die. I will live fully. Because I will die." This moment matters. Science, too, reflects this truth. Psychologists have found that those who contemplate mortality often live with greater clarity, compassion, and joy. Remembering death sharpens our sense of meaning. It makes us treasure the small things, the warmth of tea in the hand, the laughter of a friend, the softness of night. Death, when faced with openness, deepens life. There is another story from the Buddha's time. A grieving mother named Kisagotami lost her only child. Desperate, she begged the Buddha to bring him back. He told her, "Find a mustard seed from a home where no one has died, and I will help you." She went door to door, but every family told the same story. Someone had been lost. Someone had been mourned, returning empty-handed. She realized her grief was not hers alone. Death had touched every home. In that moment, her heart softened, and she found peace. This story reminds us, death is universal. It is not punishment. It is not unfair. It is simply the nature of existence. And in that universality, there is connection. We are not alone in our mortality. All beings walk this path together. Imagine now that you are standing in a vast field at dusk. Around you are countless lanterns, each representing a life. Some burn brightly, some flicker low, some fade into darkness. Yet the night sky above is endless, filled with stars. You realize, though, each lantern will one day go out. The sky remains. Death takes the form, but not the vastness. You, too, are more than this form. You are part of the vast sky of awareness, which does not end. Zen masters often say, to study life is to study death. To study death is to study life. When we deny death, we deny half of existence. But when we bow to it, life becomes whole. Take another breath. Inhale presence. Exhale surrender. Notice how fear softens when you breathe with it, when you allow it, when you do not push it away. Whisper silently, I am not separate from death. I am part of the great cycle. I am held by the same mystery that carries all beings. Rumi once wrote, try to accept the changing seasons of your soul. Death is the final season, as natural as spring's blossoms or autumn's falling leaves. To resist it is to resist life itself. To accept it is to enter into the great harmony, where nothing is wasted, nothing is truly lost. Everything transforms. As you rest here tonight, consider this: every day is a small life. Waking is birth. Living is growth. Sleeping is death. And each night you surrender into sleep. You practice death, not as fear, but as rest, as release, as return. In this way, sleep itself becomes a teacher, preparing you for the great sleep one day to come. Imagine yourself now lying upon the earth. The ground is cool, steady, kind. Above you, the stars stretch endlessly. You feel yourself held, not by fear, but by belonging. You are part of this great cycle breath. Birth, death, renewal. Nothing to escape, nothing to fight, only to rest within. Take one last breath with me. Inhale gently. Exhale fully. Let the body sink deeply into the bed, as though into the arms of the earth. Let the spirit rest in vast awareness. Death is not your enemy. It is your final teacher, reminding you that this moment, this breath, this heartbeat, this night is precious beyond measure. Rest now. Dear one, rest without fear. Rest in the embrace of impermanence. Rest in the truth that even endings are part of belonging. Death will come, but tonight, life is here. Breath is here. Peace is here. Forgiveness is one of the most misunderstood teachings on the path of awakening. Many believe it means excusing what was harmful, pretending wounds did not happen, or reconciling with those who caused pain. But forgiveness, as the Buddha taught, is not about denying reality. It is about releasing the burden of carrying the past. It is about untying the knots of anger and resentment that weigh down the heart. It is about freedom. Perhaps you have carried such knots yourself. A harsh word replaying in memory. A betrayal that lingers. A regret that grips you still. You may have thought, if I forgive, it means what they did was okay. But forgiveness is not approval. It is not forgetting. It is the decision not to drink the poison of resentment again and again. Breathe gently now. Inhale deeply. Exhale slowly. With each breath, imagine the knots in your heart loosening, one thread at a time. Whisper inwardly, I release this burden. I set myself free. There is a story of two monks traveling along a muddy road. They came to a river where a woman stood, unable to cross. One monk, bound by rules of purity, hesitated. The other lifted her onto his back, carried her across, and set her down. Hours later, the first monk fumed. "We are forbidden to touch women. Why did you carry her?" The second monk replied, "I set her down at the river. Why are you still carrying her?" This story is forgiveness. To carry resentment is to hold the woman endlessly, to burden yourself long after the event has passed. To forgive is to set it down, to walk lighter, to continue freely. Science confirms what the Dharma has always known. Studies show that holding resentment raises blood pressure, increases stress, harms the heart. Forgiveness, on the other hand, soothes the nervous system, lowers anxiety, strengthens the immune system. To forgive is not only spiritual, it is profoundly physical. It heals the body as much as it heals the mind. Take another breath. Inhale compassion. Exhale release. Think of someone who has caused you pain. Perhaps the wound is large, perhaps small. You do not need to excuse their action. You do not need to reconcile. Simply whisper silently, "I release you. I release myself. I choose peace over chains." At first, forgiveness may feel impossible. The wound may feel too deep. But forgiveness is not one great leap. It is small steps, like drops of water wearing away stone. Each breath of compassion, each whisper of release, each choice not to replay the wound is part of the practice. Slowly, the heart grows lighter. There is another story of a villager who carried a sack of rocks everywhere he went. He collected them each time someone wronged him. Soon, the sack grew so heavy that he could barely walk. One day, a wise woman asked, "Why carry these?" He replied, "They remind me of my pain." She said, "Do they ease your pain, or only add to it?" He realized the weight was his own prison. One by one, he began to let the stones fall. His steps grew lighter. His heart grew freer. So too with us. Forgiveness is setting down the stones, not pretending they never existed, but choosing not to carry them further. Breathe again. Inhale presence. Exhale the past. Whisper inwardly, "I forgive to be free. I forgive so I can rest." Rumi once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your soul. Anger may come as a season. Grief may come, but they are not meant to stay forever. Forgiveness is the spring that follows winter. It is the softening of frozen ground, the thaw that allows new life to bloom." As you lie here tonight, notice if there is someone you need to forgive, not for their sake, but for your own. Perhaps it is even yourself. Whisper softly, "I forgive you. I allow you to rest. I allow myself to rest." Imagine now that you are standing by a river. In your hands, you hold a heavy stone, etched with the memory of pain. You walk to the water's edge. You bow, honoring the weight you carried, and then you release it. The stone sinks. Ripples spread. The river flows on. You watch it disappear beneath the surface. Your hands are empty. Your heart lighter. The river carries it away, as it carries all things. There is another Zen teaching. Holding anger is like grasping a hot coal with the intent of throwing it at someone else. You are the one who gets burned. Forgiveness is the moment you open your hand and let the coal fall. You stop burning yourself. You allow the wound to cool. Take one last breath with me. Inhale deeply. Exhale fully. Feel the body sink into the bed, heavy with release. Feel the heart expand with space. As the knots loosen, forgiveness does not erase the past, but it frees the present. It does not undo what was done, but it opens the possibility of peace now. Rest in that peace. Rest in the freedom of release. Rest in the truth that you no longer need to carry the stones. The coal, the woman at the river, they can rest. And so, can you. Love is one of life's greatest joys, and also one of its greatest teachers. We are born into it. We long for it. We give it. We receive it. But so often, our love becomes entangled with clinging. We mistake attachment for affection, possession for devotion, control for care. And in that confusion, love, meant to be a source of freedom, becomes a source of suffering. The Buddha spoke often of this. He did not deny the beauty of love. He only warned that clinging makes love heavy, binding, filled with fear. To cling is to say, you must not change. You must not leave. You must be mine. But to love without clinging is to whisper instead, I am grateful you are here. I cherish you as you are. I release you to be free. Close your eyes now. Inhale softly. Exhale gently. As you breathe, bring to mind someone you love. See their face. Feel their presence. Notice if there is any tightness in the way you hold them, any fear of loss, any demand that they remain as you wish. With your next exhale, imagine releasing that tightness. Whisper inwardly, I love you, and I set you free. There is a story of a woman who loved a bird. She placed it in a cage, believing it would be safe there, always near her. But the bird grew silent, its song fading, its wings drooping. One day she realized that her love had become a prison. With trembling hands, she opened the door. The bird flew into the sky, singing more beautifully than ever. The woman wept, not with sorrow, but with joy, for she saw that true love is not possession. True love is freedom. So it is with us. When we cling to those we love, we silence their song. When we release, we allow them to be fully themselves. And in that freedom, love flourishes. Science, too, reveals this truth. Relationships rooted in control breed stress, mistrust, and conflict. But relationships nurtured with acceptance, trust, and freedom strengthen the body and the mind. Oxytocin flows. The nervous system calms. The heart opens. To love without clinging is to love in a way that heals, not harms. Imagine now holding a flower in your hand. If you grip it tightly, the petals bruise, the stem breaks. But if you hold it gently, it remains whole, fragrant, beautiful, Love is like this flower. It thrives in gentleness, not in grasping. Take another breath. Inhale, gratitude. Exhale, release. Whisper silently, because I love you. I will not cling to you. Because I love you, I allow you to be free. There is another story from the Buddha's time. A woman named Visakha, beloved disciple of the Buddha, once lost her grandchild. She wept, her heart heavy with grief. The Buddha asked, "How many people are born and die in this city each day?" She answered, "Many, Lord." The Buddha said, "If you love all as you love this child, will you not always be weeping?" She understood then that love without wisdom becomes endless sorrow. But when tempered with the truth of impermanence, love becomes vast, able to embrace without clinging, able to grieve without despair. Zen teachers often say, "Hold lightly." This is the heart of loving without clinging. To hold lightly is not to withdraw. It is to be fully present, fully tender, but without chains. It is to see your loved ones as travelers, walking beside you for a time, but not owned by you, not bound to your will. Rumi once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your soul." Love, too, has seasons. The spring of new connection, the summer of deep intimacy, the autumn of change, the winter of loss. To cling is to fight the seasons, demanding endless spring. To love without clinging is to bow to each season, grateful for what it brings, trusting in the cycle. Take another breath. Imagine now that you are sitting by a flowing river with someone you love. You cup the water in your hands. If you squeeze tightly, it escapes. If you hold gently, it lingers, cool and refreshing. Love is like this river. It cannot be trapped, but it can be cherished as it flows. There is another Zen story of a master who said to his student, "If you cling to me, you will lose me. If you love me, you will see me everywhere." The student learned that true love is not about proximity or possession. It is about recognition, the ability to see the beloved in all things, to carry them in the heart without chaining them to your side. As you rest here tonight, bring to mind, again, someone you love. See them clearly. Whisper softly, "I love you. You are free. You are not mine to keep, but ours to share in this moment." Feel the spaciousness this brings. Love expands when freed from clinging. Take one last breath. Inhale tenderness. Exhale freedom. Let the body grow heavy with rest, the heart wide with compassion. To love without clinging is to discover love's true form, not fear, not possession, but freedom, gratitude, and presence. Rest now in that love. Rest in its gentleness, its spaciousness, equi joy. Rest in the truth that to love without clinging is not to love less, but to love more deeply, more wisely, more freely. Wisdom is not a straight road, as we often imagine. It is not a ladder we climb step by step until we reach the top. Rather, wisdom is a circle, always returning, always deepening, always widening. What you learn today may feel familiar tomorrow, yet somehow richer, layered with new understanding. Each teaching comes back again and again: impermanence, compassion, letting go, not to bore us, but to meet us where we are, to carry us further along the spiral of awakening. Perhaps you have noticed this in your own life. A lesson you thought you had mastered returns in a new form. You promised yourself patience, yet anger visits again. You vowed to let go, yet clinging returns. You thought you had understood love, yet sorrow reshapes it. It is easy to believe this means failure, but the Dharma teaches otherwise. To revisit is not to regress. It is to enter the circle once more, with deeper eyes, softer hands, wiser heart. Breathe gently with me now. Inhale slowly. Exhale fully. With each breath, imagine yourself walking along a path that curves in a wide circle. You pass the same tree, the same river, the same stone, but each time you pass, the season has changed. The tree blossoms, the river rises, the stone gathers moss. Though the place is the same, your seeing is new. So it is with wisdom. There is a story of 3 monks who stood gazing at the moon. One said, "It is a ball of silver." Another said, "It is a lantern of the gods." The third said, "It is simply the moon." A passing teacher overheard and said, "Each of you is right, and each of you is incomplete. The moon is silver. The moon is lantern. The moon is itself." Wisdom is not in clinging to one view, but in seeing the circle of truth from many sides. In the same way, our lives invite us to circle around truth. One season, we learn through joy; another, through loss; another, through illness; through forgiveness; through surrender. Each return brings us closer, not to an end point, but to a center. Science mirrors this too. Learning is not linear. The brain revisits pathways again and again, strengthening them with each return. Old lessons become embodied, not by hearing once, but by circling back. So, with wisdom, we repeat, we return, we relearn, and in that return, we deepen. Take another breath. Inhale remembrance. Exhale release. Whisper silently, "I am not failing when lessons return. I am circling closer to truth." Notice how the heart softens with this understanding. There is another Zen story of a student who complained, "Master, I keep facing the same difficulties in my practice. I feel I am moving in circles." The master replied, "Better to move in circles than to remain in one place. Each circle draws you deeper, like a spiral leading inward. Do not despise the circle. It is your path." Imagine now that you are standing before a great spiral staircase. You step upon it, circling upward. At first you feel you are simply going around and around, but as you look out the window at each turn, you see the horizon shifting, the view widening, the sky opening. So too with wisdom, each return is not the same place, but a higher view, a deeper seeing, a clear scoop. Rumi once wrote, "Don't get lost in your pain. Know that one day your pain will become your cure." Pain may return, again and again, but each time it does, it teaches anew. What once only hurt may later bring compassion. What once felt like loss may later bring wisdom. This is the circle, the transformation of sorrow into insight, of shadow into light, of pain into cure. Take another breath. Inhale patience. Exhale trust. Whisper inwardly, the circle is my path. I trust its rhythm. I walk it with peace. Imagine yourself walking in a garden. You notice that each day you pass the same flowers, but each day they have changed buds yesterday, blossoms today, petals falling tomorrow. To pass them daily is not repetition, but revelation. You see their fullness because you return. Wisdom is the same. There is another story of a fisherman who cast his net into the sea. Each time he pulled it up, it held only small fish. He grew weary, thinking he had failed. But an elder said, "Each small fish feeds you. Each return to the sea is practice. Do not despise the small catches, they are the way to live." The fisherman understood. So too, with wisdom, even the smallest insights nourish us. Even repeated lessons sustain the spirit. As you rest here tonight, reflect on a lesson that has returned to you many times. Perhaps the need to let go, the need to forgive, the truth of impermanence. Instead of frustration, breathe gratitude. Whisper softly, "Thank you for returning." Each time you come, I see you more clearly. Each time, I am ready for more. Rumi also wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your soul. The circle of wisdom is like the seasons always returning, always shifting, always deepening. Spring returns, but never the same as before. Winter comes, but always with new snow, new silence, new stillness. The circle is not a trap, it is a gift. Take one last breath. Inhale deeply. Exhale slowly. Let the body sink heavy into the bed. Let the mind soften. Let the heart widen. You are not lost in repetition. You are walking the circle of wisdom, returning again and again to the truths that set you free. Each breath is a step, each night a turning, each lesson a deepening. Rest now in the circle. Rest in its rhythm, patience, its completeness. You are not behind. You are not failing. You are circling closer and closer to the heart of peace. Wisdom rarely comes to us all at once. More often, it returns like a spiral, repeating, circling, deepening. At first, à laissons appear simple. We nod in agreement. Yes, I understand. But life, patient and persistent, brings the lesson again in a new form, at a new depth. Each time, it asks us not merely to understand with the mind, but to embody with the heart. This spiral of lessons is how the Dharma works upon us slowly, gently, endlessly. Perhaps you have noticed this. You learn the importance of patience, and then you find yourself tested again by delays. You vow to let go of anger, and yet it rises in your chest when someone wounds you. You swear to live in the present, and still you are pulled into regret and worry. The spiral can feel frustrating, as if you are walking in circles, But the truth is softer. Each return is deeper. Each circle carries you closer to the center of freedom. Take a breath with me now. Inhale slowly. Exhale gently. Imagine yourself walking down a spiral staircase. Each turn feels familiar, but with each step, you move lower, closer to the quiet heart at the bottom. So it is with lessons. They may look the same, but you are not the same. You carry new insight, new tenderness, new strength each time you return. There is a story of a monk who struggled with anger. Each day he promised himself, "Today I will not grow angry." And each day, anger still visited him. He went to his teacher in despair. "I have failed again," he said. The teacher smiled and asked, "When you first began, how long did anger stay with you?" "Days." The monk replied. "And now," asked the teacher, "only minutes." The monk admitted. The teacher nodded. "Then you are learning. The spiral is working." The spiral is not perfection. It is transformation. Slowly, like water shaping stone, like seasons wearing down mountains, like breath reshaping the mind. Each return is progress, though it may not feel like it. Science echoes this truth. The brain learns not by hearing once, but by repeating. Neural pathways grow stronger through practice, through circling back, through spiraling deeper. What feels like repetition is actually reinforcement. What feels like failure is often progress disguised. Take another breath. Inhale patience. Exhale trust. Whisper inwardly, "I am not failing" when lessons return. I am spiraling deeper into wisdom. Imagine now that you are walking in a forest. At first, the path seems to circle back upon itself. You see the same trees, the same rocks, but as you walk, you notice the light is different. The air is cooler, the ground softer. Though the path circles, you are not in the same place. You are moving deeper into the forest, closer to its heart. So too, with your lessons, there is another story of a student who struggled to grasp a koan, a riddle given by his Zen master. He returned day after day, year after year, always offering answers, always hearing. Not yet. Finally, after decades, something shifted. The answer came, not in words, but in silence, in the way his heart opened. The master bowed and said, "You have walked the spiral well." The spiral of lessons asks for patience. It asks us to trust that we are moving, even when it feels like we are circling. It asks us to surrender the demand for speed and to embrace the rhythm of return. Rumi once wrote, "Don't get lost in your pain. Know that one day your pain will become your cure." Pain often spirals back, but each time it does, it teaches a little more. The grief that once shattered you may later teach compassion. The fear that once froze you may later teach courage. The anger that once burned may later teach forgiveness. Each spiral transforms pain into cure. Take another breath. Inhale compassion. Exhale resistance. Whisper softly, "The spiral is my teacher. I welcome its return." Imagine yourself sitting beside a pond. You drop a stone into the water. Ripples spread outward, circling again and again. At first, they are strong. Over time, they soften, fade, become stillness. So too with your lessons. At first, the spiral feels strong, painful, insistent, but with practice, with presence, the ripples quiet. What once felt overwhelming becomes gentle, even beautiful. There is another Zen story. A student asked, "Why must I face the same mistakes again and again?" The master handed him a flute and said, "Play one note." The student did. "Now play it again," said the master. Again, again. At first, the student grew bored, but soon he noticed the note changed each time. Sometimes softer, sometimes richer, sometimes filled with breath, sometimes sharp with clarity. The master said, "So too with your lessons. Each repetition is new. Each note deepens the song. As you lie here tonight, think of a lesson that has returned many times. Perhaps patience, perhaps letting go, perhaps forgiveness. Instead of frustration, breathe gratitude. Whisper inwardly each time you return, I see you more clearly. Each time, I am softer, wiser, freer." Take one last breath. Inhale deeply. Exhale fully. Let the body sink heavy into the bed. Let the mind rest in trust. The spiral of lessons is not punishment. It is grace. It is life circling you gently toward freedom. Returning until you are ready. Waiting until you open. Rest now in that spiral. Rest in its rhythm. Et patience. Et quiet love. You are not lost. You are not failing. You are spiraling inward, closer and closer to the heart of peace. Throughout this journey, we have walked together through storms of resistance, rivers of creativity, forests of compassion, shadows and light, grief and release. Again and again, the teachings have whispered, peace is not found in controlling life, nor in waiting for it to become perfect, but in softening into what already is. And now, at the closing of this long night of reflection, we arrive at the quiet revolution that peace truly is. Revolutions are often imagined as loud armies marching, flags waving, voices rising. But the greatest revolution is silent. It happens in the heart when anger is released into compassion, when clinging loosens into trust, when fear softens into presence. This is a revolution no one may see from the outside, yet it transforms everything. To live with peace in a world that urges striving and struggle is a radical act. To rest, to breathe, to smile gently, even in impermanence. This is the quiet revolution. Breathe softly with me now. Inhale gently. Exhale fully. With each breath, imagine sowing seeds of peace within yourself. Seeds that will bloom not only in your own heart, but in the lives you touch. Whisper inwardly, peace begins with me. Peace is my practice. Peace is my gift. The Buddha once said, "Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace." Peace is not many things. It is one thing, simple and profound. It does not need grand gestures. It needs presence, a calm word, A patient pause. A tender glance. These ripple outward like stones in a pond, touching shores unseen. There is a story of a monk who sat in silence outside a village. The villagers came to him with disputes, complaints, worries. He listened, but did not argue, did not advise, did not condemn. He simply breathed with them. Over time, they noticed their voices grew softer, their tempers lighter, their hearts calmer. They asked him, "What teaching have you given us?" He smiled and said, "I gave you nothing but my peace. It was enough." So it is with us. We often think change must be dramatic, but the quiet revolution begins when one heart chooses peace instead of anger, compassion instead of judgment, rest instead of resistance. And when that heart touches another, the revolution grows. Science, too, affirms this. Studies show that calm presence affects not only the self, but others nearby. When you breathe deeply, your heart steadies, and those around you unconsciously match your rhythm. A single calm presence can ease an entire room. Peace is contagious, as surely as anxiety is. To choose peace is not only for yourself, it is an offering to the world. Take another breath. Inhale calm. Exhale compassion. Imagine your peace radiating outward like ripples, touching your loved ones, your community, even those you will never meet. This is the quiet revolution spreading silently, gently, invisibly, yet powerfully. There is another story from Zen. A master asked his student, "What is the sound of peace?" The student listened. He heard birds, wind, distant voix. "I do not know," he said. The master replied, "Peace has no sound of its own. It is the space that allows all sounds to be heard." So too, with you, peace is not one more thing to achieve. It is the spaciousness in which life unfolds. Rumi once wrote, "Try to accept the changing seasons of your soul. Peace is not about forcing endless summer or clinging to spring. It is about bowing to each season: grief, joy, loss, love without war." Peace does not erase storms. It teaches us to stand steady in their midst. Imagine now that you are sitting on a hill at dawn. The sky is painted with soft colors: lavender, gold, rose. The world is quiet, waiting. As the sun rises, light spreads gently across the earth. No trumpet announces it, no army proclaims it. Yet everything is changed. This is the revolution of peace, gentle, quiet, unstoppable. Take one last deep breath. Inhale light. Exhale release. Whisper inwardly, "Peace is here. Peace is mine. Peace is the way I will walk." Let these words sink deep, like roots anchoring into the soil of your being. As you drift into sleep, rest in this truth. You are part of the quiet revolution. Each breath of compassion, each act of forgiveness, each choice to let go is a turning of the wheel. You need not force it. You need not rush it. Simply rest, and the seeds of peace will grow in their own time. The revolution is not outside you. It is within you, unfolding in silence. in stillness, in presence. Tonight, you have practiced. Tomorrow, you will continue. And with each step, each breath, each act of kindness, the circle widens, the spiral deepens, the revolution grows. Rest now, dear one. Rest in the arms of peace. Rest in the quiet revolution that begins and ends with you. Rest in the truth that you are already enough, already whole, already free.